Are we good? Yes. That's more like it. Thank you so much for joining us today, and welcome to LCOY South Africa 2023. My name is Obakeng Makapane, also known as Obi, so you can call me Obi for today, and I'll be your MC for this morning. We have a couple other people who will be moderating the sessions, so you will see them throughout the day. But more than anything, I am privileged and excited to be surrounded by young people who are basically helping us change the world, right? We're all trying to change the world, right? And we're trying to be the best leaders in the world, yes? Okay, this wouldn't have been possible without a couple of partnerships. So I would like to mention the organizations as well as networks that have been involved in making all of this possible for us. The Climate African Network South Africa, Global Shapers Tshwane Hub, the South African Youth Climate Change Coalition, the Global Shapers Johannesburg Hub, the African Leadership Academy, big shout out. The African Climate Reality Project, and the Greenpeace Africa. So just to give you a bit of information as to why LCOY South Africa 2023. So LCOY aims to advance climate change and youth participation. We know that we are the future leaders of this country, of this continent, of this world, right? And our voice matters. So LCOY basically wants us to stand up and advance climate change through conversations, knowledge sharing, and networking. We're all here together to basically share the knowledge around climate change, but also to speak to each other about the differences and the different projects that we want to get involved in. Because no one man is an island, and no one man can change the world, right? We all have to work together. So I'd like to encourage you all to engage with each other today. If you've seen someone that you haven't spoken to today, I challenge you to go to them and speak to them and ask them why they are here and explain why you are here today. Are we happy with that? And I all know that we're all social media people, so I do encourage you to please post on social media and tag at LCOY South Africa. Okay, so on Twitter, on Instagram, and don't forget to use the hashtags. So the theme around LCOY this year is Young Minds, Bold Climate Action. Okay, so don't forget to use the hashtag LCOY 2023. Okay, you guys don't sound happy. What's happening? I'm so excited, and you guys are not excited. Are you excited to be here? Yes. Okay, without wasting any further time, we are going to have a performance by the African Leadership Academy Choir. Thank you so much, African Leadership Academy Choir. That was absolutely beautiful. Can you guys give them one more round of applause? Now that's the energy I'm talking about. Look how excited you guys all are. You should have told me that you wanted a bit of music. I would have tried something. But thank you so much. That was absolutely amazing. Are you guys having your phones out? Did you record? Did you post already? Yes, I love to see it. Have you guys used the hashtags? Do you remember the hashtag? What's the hashtag? Can we try that one more time? Hashtag 2023. There you go. I think I should have prizes for people who get it right. I should actually just have prizes for you guys, right? Yeah, I like that. Okay, so earlier on I mentioned that LCOY's aim is basically to get young people involved in climate change, right? And one of the ways that LCOY has been able to achieve that is by getting us here. But this process didn't start today. I think a couple months ago, there was a webinar that was hosted where the principles of LCOY were then developed and a collaborative statement was then built. And then we had a document that was put together by LCOY and then handed in, right? Basically, all of this was in, we know that COP28 is coming up, right? COP18, is it 28 or 18? 28, yes. And that is around climate change. And basically, the contribution we are going to have towards that is through the policy changes that youth, us, young people, the people who are in here, have contributed towards. Isn't that amazing? That our voice will then be heard, not from a level of hierarchy, but from grassroots level. And by grassroots level, it means that you and I have a contribution towards climate change and the policies that are now being implemented, because they do affect us. They affect us because we are the future leaders, right? Do we all understand? Are we following? Have I lost some of you? Okay, awesome. So I'm not going to waste any further time. As the day goes through, as we go through the day, rather, some of these developments will also be shared with you. But for now, I would like to welcome Mr. Hatim, who is the CEO of African Leadership Academy.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Take it easy on me. Thank you all for being here. ALA students, students from other schools, really pleased to see you here for this important conversation. I am going to be very brief, and I really just want to say one thing. I'm sorry. On behalf of other people with gray hair, your parents, your uncles, your aunties, your grandparents, your elders, your leaders, we have robbed you in a few ways. I'm sure, I mean, I'm not a climate expert. I'm not at all a climate expert. I won't share any facts or statistics, but I think it's clear scientists have been aware of a pending climate emergency for more than 70 years. And for 70 years, leaders, elders, people like me have failed to act in any meaningful way. That means your generation has to fix that. So we've robbed you of a past that would have more appropriately taken care of this planet. So I'm sorry. On this continent in particular, in the African context, 70 years of post-independence leadership. In this country, 30 years of post-independence leadership. And so much rhetoric, national anthems, slogans about Pan-African cooperation. A reality where Africans negotiate together for the sorts of policy and economic change that would make a just energy transition not just possible, but a reality. We've robbed you of that present by failing to meaningfully pursue Pan-African cooperation. For that as well, I'm sorry. I take hope from one thing, really. So here at African Leadership Academy, we have a few founding beliefs, and I'll tell you about a few of them. Number one, we believe deeply in the need for Pan-African cooperation. So for those of you visiting us for the first time, over the course of the day, you'll have a chance to interact with students, your peers, from across the continent. And that's not an accident. Global systemic challenges like the climate emergency cannot be resolved without meaningful international cooperation. And the African continent in particular needs to act together. I'm sure you're all aware, in spite of being the least contributing economies to the challenge, African communities will be the most affected and are already the most affected by climate change. So your generation needs to do a better job of pursuing, in a meaningful way, Pan-African cooperation. Number two, we believe deeply in the need to address root causes. So often, young people, you're told, you should recycle. You should use public transportation. You should turn the lights off when you leave the room. You should switch off the tap. These aren't the things that are going to avert the climate crisis. They're important to do. They're good habits to build. But we're not actually going to resolve the climate crisis without meaningfully changing the shape of the economy, without meaningfully changing the way in which people are given access to dignified lives, including the basic necessities, without meaningful political change. We need to address root causes. And I think your generation knows that. So I also think at ALA we believe in the power of youth, we believe in the power of one, we believe in the power of entrepreneurship. And as far as I can see, those are the principles that underpin this conference. Young people taking responsibility for the moment that they're in, recognizing that people like me have robbed you of your past, have robbed you of the present, and it's up to you whether or not you will be robbed of your future. I hope you have a productive couple of days. For those of you who are visiting us, or a productive day, for those of you who are visiting us for the first time, if you are enjoying being at African Leadership Academy, I should mention, applications are open. You can go to africanleadershipacademy.org/apply. If you're admitted, you'll get enough financial assistance to come. ED applications are open until Sunday, the 15th of October. Please speak to the African Leadership Academy students scattered in the crowd and participating today if you want to know more about it. And I'll just reiterate, I'm sorry, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hatim. We accept your apology, firstly. Please don't feel bad. I feel like your generation gave us more than we could ever ask for. And one of them is resilience. I think this generation of leaders will be resilient enough to overcome climate change, one way or the other. Do we all agree? Yes. Right. The next thing that we have lined up, I want to say it's the tea break. We have sorry, I just need to open my program. Technology sometimes fails us. I know that we're the young people, but it really does. Are we still all excited? Yeah. On that side, are we still all excited? Yeah. I feel like the people that side are just posting, so maybe we might see more posts from them. So I expect you guys to carry the crowd, okay? Are we excited? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so we have a video that is going to be played.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you might be in the world right now. Dear LCOY participants, dear organizers, and dear speakers present today. In the name of the LCOY Working Group, I would like to welcome you to this local conference of youth specifically, but also to the LCOY community more broadly. By attending this event, you are joining a global network of youth who already are or are currently becoming advocates for climate justice. So thank you so much for attending today. Thank you for organizing this, and thank you for sharing your energy and your knowledge with each other today, but hopefully also beyond that. My name is Fabiola, and I have been a member of the LCOY working group for the past 3 years, and I'm very honored that today I get the opportunity to speak to you a little bit more about the work that we've been doing to support youth worldwide. If you're attending this conference today, you might be wondering, how can I influence global climate change negotiations? Well, you're not the only person. There are thousands of youth worldwide that want to become involved in climate advocacy, and that's why they joined YANGO. YANGO is the Children and Youth constituency to the UNFCCC, which is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We're one out of many civil society constituencies that want to make their voice heard at international climate negotiations. YANGO has over 10,000 individual members and over 1,000 youth organizations and NGOs that are members. And you might be wondering, who classifies as a youth? We classify youth as anyone under the age of 35. So if you're interested in getting involved, go ahead. YANGO has multiple working groups. There are some working groups that work on specific topics or themes, such as renewable energies, human rights, action for climate empowerment, or how to reduce inequalities that are caused by the climate crisis. Then there are also operational working groups, such as the group taking care of communication, social media, the website, or the group that is organizing the Global Conference of Youth taking place every year. And as you can see in the list, the local Conference of Youth, the local COY, are also part of the operational working groups. This was just a very short overview over what YANGO is, but if you're interested to connect with fellow climate advocates from all over the world, I would encourage you to become a member of YANGO. By subscribing to the email list, you can always stay up to date on what the working groups are working on right now and what actions are happening worldwide. And you can, of course, also follow YANGO through multiple different channels, such as Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn. But you might be wondering, I'm at a local conference of youth right now. What does that even mean? And local conferences of youth more generally are local events with a regional national focus that empower you to participate in climate action and decision-making processes. And because all those local conferences of youth are events by YANGO, they are also officially endorsed by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Secretariat. And because I remember when I started getting involved, I found it very confusing, all these abbreviations, all these different events that are taking place. So I'm going to break it down a little bit for you here. As you might know, the Conference of the Parties, also known as the World Climate Conference, takes place each year. And because we as the global youth want our voice to be heard there, we meet right before the Conference of the Parties at the so-called COY, or Global Conference of Youth, where we come together and make concrete policy recommendations and demands that we want to be heard on the international stage. But because, of course, not all youth can come together at that event in the place or the location where that conference is taking place, we organize local conferences of youth. And those are basically national events that bring together youth to think about the topics or the issues that they care about, the justice demands they have, and then to put them into a youth statement by their country, which is then brought to the Conference of Youth and included in a global youth statement that aims to represent the voice and the demands of youth from all around the world. So why are LCOYs important? There are 3 pillars to LCOYs, because obviously our objective are youth in order to take climate action and advocate for climate action. So local conferences of youth are supposed to provide capacity building, network building among youth, and also policy building. And this can have many faces, because of course every local conference of youth is different, because there are different topics that are relevant in that national or local context. So you might be talking about climate adaptation or about nature-based solution, maybe about mitigation or climate finance. And that's the exciting thing about LCOYs. There's something for everyone. And I'm sure you've already looked at the program for your conference today and have thought about what you might be interested in. As I've said before, there are contributions that LCOYs make. First of all, we want more young people to be able to know about the climate crisis and to get involved in advocating for climate action. Then we want to strengthen existing local networks or maybe build new networks in places where there are no networks yet. And of course, through having policy inputs and demands that feed into a global youth statement, we want to make sure that our voices as youth are heard on the international stage. And what is the role of the LCOY working group in all of this? Well, we want to empower young leaders in their countries by supporting them to organize LCOYs. So we coordinate all the processes related to LCOYs from the application to the actual report and policy recommendation stage. We also coordinate the cooperation between different LCOY organizers in various countries, between LCOYs in other parts of Yango, and of course, between LCOYs and the global conferences of youth, to make sure that those policy inputs and the things that you're working on at your conference are actually being included in the global youth voice. And then finally, we also review and improve our own processes on a regular basis. So all that is left for me to say is to wish you an amazing LCOY, wish you an enriching experience, many educational moments, and hopefully also some positively unsettling realizations. Because honestly, the state of the world is beyond concerning. So I really hope that by being together with other people who are active in community, we can find some comfort and just find the courage and the motivation to keep striving for a climate just world. And with that, I'm going to leave you, and I hope you have an amazing conference with amazing outcomes, new networks, new friendships, and a lot of motivation for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the Yango team. I hope you guys were able to get the details and you can get more information on their website. I have attended many conferences before, but never as a moderator. I'm always shy in the corner just listening. But I think the one takeaway I always try to take away when I go home is ensuring that I've learned something. And I hope that today, even if you don't listen to all the sessions, you'll gain some sort of knowledge and you'll feel a little bit more empowered than you did when you walked in, especially around the topic on climate change. Even if it means you learning about a new way of recycling, that's okay. We have 2 sessions that are currently going on, or the next sessions rather. One is climate change projects in schools, and that will be led by the Tshwane Hub. This won't be happening in the auditorium. This session will be taking place in LC Collaboration or the Build Lab. Are you guys aware of where that is? Do we have anyone to facilitate and help people who want to attend that session? Okay, awesome. And then the other session that is happening in the auditorium, it will take place on the screen. It's a Zoom call, is the Youth Climate Champions, Best Practices and Lessons Learned. Okay, so from these sessions, I will be asking you guys for feedback. I'll pick random people who decide to attend the sessions just to hear what you've learned and give us a summary of what you take away from those sessions. Okay. Are we still here? Yes. Thank you. I like this side. I don't know what's going on the other side. Oh, thank you. Session by the Tshwane Hub is quite exciting, so please do attend. Wait, but don't all go at once, because we have to build and share knowledge at the end, right? So I know that the first row has now left. My favorite row, you can stay with me in here. You guys can sit down. The row that's standing up now, you guys can, you're staying with me. You're staying with me. Then the row after that can leave. So we need half of the people here and half of the people on the other side, okay? Please. I know that everyone has notebooks and pens, so please use those wisely during the sessions and write down all the things that you'll be learning, okay? And you can share your notes with your friends afterwards. Can we get some music, please? sound at the back. Can we get some music, please?
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so we're still getting sorted with our tech up there, but we will start. Oh, just a second. Great. Can I please ask you to all move a little bit closer? Then we can talk and properly connect. So if you've got all yours, then bring it with you. Please come to the front a little bit. Okay, so it doesn't sound like an instruction. I invite you to please come closer so that we have a more intimate session. Okay, everyone, so Umpile said we can start. So we'll be starting. Firstly, good morning, everyone, again. The MC earlier talked about the energy this side. Ish, guys. So you can talk when you want to talk about your things, but you can't say good morning. All right, let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Now it's a good morning, and it's a Friday morning. Okay, so welcome to our session. So our session is the Youth Climate Champions, the best practices and lessons learned so far. So we'll be talking about, this is our t-shirt from our first year, but we'll be going into, well, we'll be telling you about what the Youth Climate Champions program is, how it came to be, and during the time that we've had activities, which I think we've existed now for about 2 years, what are the key items we've learned, what are the successes we've had, and all of that trying to contribute to youth leading in climate action so that you're not starting from scratch. May I please invite the people who've just walked in to please join us in front as well. Awesome. So is there anyone here who knows about the Youth Climate Champions program? Anybody? Okay, great. Then we're all on the same page. So the youth, I'm gonna stand here. Are we winning with tech up there? We're just supposed to have a slide up. But in the meantime, trying to appreciate, because a question later is going to speak to how many people are in the room. Can we see how many people in the room are below 18, if we've got any? Great. How many people are below 25? Okay, and how many people are, we'll just end at 25, below 35? And over 30, over 35? Okay, don't be shy, it's your age. It's your age, you lived it. Okay, great. And then how many of us here are from Gauteng? Do we have anyone from outside Gauteng? Do we have anyone from awesome. Do we have anyone from outside South Africa? Yo, I'm the only foreigner in here. Okay. I'll just get started on our introduction. So the Youth Climate Champions program falls under a project called the Climate Ambition to Accountability Project. And it's a 4-year project that started in April 2021 and shall run until March 2025. It is co-funded by the European Union and CEDA, and it's a partnership of 3 organizations. I'm just going to move this because I feel like it's going to hit my forehead. Great. So it's a partnership between 3 organizations, WWF, Institute for Economic Justice, and South African Climate Action Network, which I am part of, and remembering that I did not introduce myself. My name is Pato Kilisitse, and I am the Climate Action and Sustainability Lead at the South African Climate Action Network. And like I said, we're one of the 3 partners that are part of the Climate Ambition to Accountability project. And the idea behind the CAP project, Climate Ambition to Accountability, the idea behind it was to capacitate civil society to engage in policy, organize them so that we're able to have a common voice, bring in labor, bring in young people, bring in older young people, bring in civil society so that we're more coordinated as we move, because right now we've got a lot of ambition, but we now need to move to accountability for the ambition that we have. Like the gentleman said earlier, the older generations have kind of failed us. So if anything, if we're going to get this right, we need to organize, and that is part of one of the objectives, that is part of the objectives of the Climate Ambition to Accountability project. And then one of the items under there that is specifically dedicated to youth is the Youth Climate Champions program. And with the Youth Climate Champions program, the YCC program, that aims to, it's tailored specifically to capacitate young people, young activists, young policymakers, young lawyers who wish to go into environment, young students, and try and build a platform where all of us can come together as climate activists or people who wish to act on climate, where we can work together, where we can be connected to policymakers, where we can be connected to information, and where our knowledge can be built. And some of the activities that we've done under this is our annual intergenerational dialogue. So that's a dialogue that we host with 2 young people and 2 older people. Last year, we had it with the PCC. Even this year, we had it with the PCC. And from that intergenerational dialogue, we've had activities like the Youth Essay Series that's coming up, and a lot of other interactions. When we look at consultations for certain policies that are related to climate action, we've been able to use that bridge, that relationship that we have now built, and then to make sure that we're not duplicating some of the services, some of the actions that are already being taken by young people. We've got an advisory board of about 12 young people across South Africa who inform some of the activities that we do, advise on how we do them, so that not only are we saying we're doing this to bring young people together, but we are speaking and responding to the demands that they have. We'll go into this a bit more later when we talk a bit more about the program and the successes that we've had and some of the items that we have discovered and as best practice. Ivana, are you almost ready to go up? Okay, great. So with that, we were looking to introduce the CUB project and the YCC. So with the YCC project, there are 2 boot camps. Well, there's 1 annual boot camp. A couple of days. Have you attended our boot camp? Okay, so a couple of days where we look at sessions that build capacity, make it easier for you to act within climate change, look at the different options for entrepreneurship or just jobs within the space. And we have some of our participants who've been part of it, Lusanda and Katlego, and they will be sharing as people who've been part of the bootcamp and have been part of the program so far. Good morning, Lusanda and Katlego.
Morning, Pato.
Awesome.
Can you guys hear me?
Perfectly. Morning. So I will hand over to you to share a bit about your YCC experience.
Okay then. Also, can I go first?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, leaders, the people who actually are carrying the weight when it comes to creating change in our country and neighborhood. I feel honored to speak on the YCC. I was part of the very first cohort of the YCC, which was last year, where we met as a group of young people from different walks of life, from different parts of South Africa, and with different expertise and passions. And then is just our part in how we can make a difference when it comes to climate change. So what the YCC platform allowed for us to learn, share knowledge, and also create a network very amazing and diverse people. I would really urge for anyone who is of this program this week to find your part. If you have a voice, if you have an interest, capacitate yourself. With platforms such as YCC, make sure that. And with other opportunities that are around, take opportunity. So I feel like my voice, I can hear myself speak. So I hope the same thing that's happening on your end. Okay, is the sound all good on your?
So we don't have an echo, but you are a bit choppy. But I think for the most part, we can make out what you're doing. What you're saying. If you can hear her, although she's a bit choppy, please put your hand up. Okay. If you can hear her, although she's a bit choppy, please give her a round of applause as encouragement. Not only can they hear you, they wish for you to continue. Please continue.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I just wanted because I kept on hearing myself while I was speaking. But essentially, I think for me as a young person, the CEO and said the sorries. The sorry is there. The damage has been created over the years. But now time for us to really stand up. We need to capacitate ourselves. We need to find platforms we can get more knowledge. We need to get up and start action. Like to make an example of what I do in our community, volunteer my time at the Motherwell Community and Enviro Hub. So that's a recycling center. So that gives me basically a platform where I can get to learn a bit more about recycling. And then we also do programs of awareness through cleanups where we get to speak to people. And I don't think that any effort is a small effort or it is an unimportant effort. So I think if you can, as a young person, wherever you are in any part of South Africa, immerse yourself, find your interest, find your voice, find where you actually, like my favorite thing actually is sustainable fashion. So I've been into that and understanding it, textile recycling, and it is also interesting, and it's actually a great start if you want to get more young people interested, because we know as we are fashion people, we want to look good, we want to feel good, but we must also we are basically creating more damage through our constant consuming, where we could keep things in cycle a bit longer or just change them up, interesting things. So find that one thing that you like, so that you're not only just being pushed by the fact that you are getting knowledge, but you're also making a difference in your own lifestyle. And then me, Pato, with the YCC guys, definitely learn, listen the questions, and maybe miss the next one, because it is so worth, and it broadens up your perspective and knowledge, and also allows you to create these amazing networks, amazing people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think my key takeaways from what you shared was the network that you're then surrounded by if you're part of the Youth Climate Champions, and it helps you find your place, whatever you may. So whether you're in policy, whether you're in fashion, whether you're in education, yeah. And one of the other things that stood out to me when we connect what you said, when you said, take action, find your voice, it really connects to the theme of our theme today at LCOY, which is Young Minds, Bold Climate Action. So if we're going to take action, we need to come together, but you also need to own it, not only as an individual, but also as young people. Thank you so much for your presentation. Before she dashes, does anyone have a pressing, burning comment or question for her? Oh my God. Awesome. Looks like we're good in the room. Thank you so much. Is our next speaker online?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We just can't see you.
Yeah. I'm not in a light meeting. So, yeah.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. But because my network is a bit low right now. Can you hear me?
Well, that part we heard. Please try and start. Let's see if we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, my connection problem. I can't even hear myself. My connection problem gives me problems, so that's why my camera is off so that I can speak.
You in the room. If you'd like to start, you can go ahead. Can you hear? All right, no problem. So we will continue and then see if we can bring you back in a little later. Continuing with the program, Ivana is going to come up, our colleague from WWF, who is the who does youth engagement. She's going to speak a little on the best practices that we found, the successes that we've had, some of the gaps, and some of the lessons we've learned. Everyone, please give Ivana a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. It's so nice to be here today. Excuse me if I seem a bit nervous, it's because I am. So yeah, we are the Youth Climate Champions, and we are pretty new in the space. And so I want to share with you guys a bit of what we've learned along the way. And I think we've had some successes, and we've learned that there's some gaps. And in those gaps, we're going to try develop some, we're gonna try unpack those in our activity later. So, when it comes to strengths and successes, we kind of consider these to be our best practices. And a really important one that we've learned along the way is resourcing in a flexible manner. So providing the resources that facilitate the requests of our participants and make it as easy to get as possible. So be that data or transport or food or accommodation, and make it as easy for them to get as possible, either like by cash or direct transfer, or it's pre-arranged. This can, however, be challenging because funding doesn't always allow for it, but we found that this always makes for the best kind of participation possible. Another thing we find really important is sharing opportunities and maintaining our networks. So developing a network of youth and sharing things frequently. We have two primary networks, one kind of larger one that's countrywide, and then one that we have through our boot camp. Our aim is to share as many climate-related activities and opportunities as possible. Largely, I think we're pretty successful at this, and we do get a lot of positive feedback from past participants saying that they've actually gotten opportunities or had successful applications from the opportunities that we've shared. I think it's probably truer for our smaller network, so perhaps that's something we can work on. Another really important aspect, I think, is meeting people where they are. And I think this is maybe a smaller scale practice. It's to try make contact with young people on appropriate platforms, and also to try more than once. So for example, if we send an email to people letting them know they were, say, accepted for the bootcamp, and we don't get a response, we then send them a WhatsApp, we then SMS them, we then give them a phone call. And I think some people will accuse us of babying people, but I think it's about knowing that not everyone has uninterrupted access to their emails or to data, and being aware that you have to make accommodations for that when dealing with a diverse group of young people. And I think related to taking into account the diversity of situations is being aware that some people are students, some people are unemployed, and I think taking into account considerations around student timetables, and also making a special effort to share things like job opportunities or things like fellowships, other things like that, is really important. Another thing is being accessible. So taking all meetings, if young people make requests to meet with us about potential partnerships or collaborations, we accept every single meeting request we get, even if we think we might not be the best fit, because as I think you might have heard from Pato, we have a really extensive network. If we think then, okay, we aren't the best fit, we know who to direct them to because we've heard what they have to say. Yeah. Another strength I think we've had is we capacity strengthen with access to a broad base of knowledge resources. So the YCC acts as a platform that's meant to support the capacitation of young people in the realm of climate policy and climate action. And in doing this, the YCC frequently seeks strategic partnerships with key players in the climate policy and related space to hold capacity building and strengthening workshops. So this allows the YCC to share with its networks to share knowledge with its networks from a broad and diverse base. Also related to this is constantly looking out for organizations with the same goals as us, and then partnering with them to reach our goals in a way to maximize our resources, which I think you'll find are few. Then some kind of fast ones is to have trust with partners and alliances. We've built and maintained partnerships and relationships through mutual respect and always delivering on our promises. And I think because of that, we've become a trusted platform for convening youth. We insist on maintaining our autonomy, which has allowed us to stay true to our mandate. We're a really diverse team that purposely makes space for our more youthful members in our activities. We also, as Pato mentioned, have extended our diversity of the YCC support team and the CAP steering committee through the YCC advisory board. So where we can't reach or we can't see our blind spots, we can lean on the strengths of our advisory board. Another thing that we find really important is being very strict with POPIA guidelines and observing photographic and video consent at all times. And then that brings me to the gaps and lessons learned over the course of the last few years. And I think a really big one for us, and that's something we learned from our advisory board, is that as a new player entering the youth space, there's the importance of the guidance you seek from others not being extractive. We learned that co-creating throughout the journey of an activity or a program is the best way to get guidance from those who are more experienced than you in the field, and that asking also about like asking those who you wish to serve what gaps they want filled. So not just kind of assuming. Part of this is also giving feedback to those who gave you those inputs, and also giving credit and offering involvement where ideas were offered so that it's not extractive, it's collaborative. Another big issue is to break the jargon to allow for accessibility, but also acknowledging limitations. So, you know, in the climate space, like jargon-heavy content is very problematic when trying to reach a wide audience, especially for those whose first language might not be English. We want to have everyone on board, but we also have very limited access. We can't do everything, but through partnerships and collaboration, we know we can do more. So, okay, I'm gonna put a little ... there because this is going to be part of our brainstorming activity, but it also kind of falls into the next challenge that we faced, which is that the guidelines of our project stipulate that our target groups are primarily the Western Cape and Gauteng-based youth. However, we're aware that this leaves out the majority of the country and is particularly neglectful of rural youth. So we try for the boot camp, but you know, to access more rural youth, but with funding, it is limited. We are limited to who we can provide that kind of transport for. So for the brainstorming activity, we're going to address the question, how might we design our youth engagement activities to be more accessible, given the diversity of languages, cultures, spheres of knowledge, geographic location in South Africa? So that's one of them. Then another challenge, and the last one I'm going to speak to, is funding. Funding is a perennial challenge, be it for individual activities to ensure we're able to provide data for individual participants, or when it comes to the longevity of an entire project. Like for us, the momentum we've built, we've built this, but it's tied to funding for a single project. And when this funding comes to an end, what are we going to do? So this brings us to the next brainstorming question we're going to discuss just now, which is how might we design for continuity of youth engagement activities to ensure lasting impact in a context of the strained South African economy, a funding cycle that is coming to an end, and our busy schedules that restrict us. So these questions, while useful to the context of our program, are, I think, useful to the context of all youth engagement activities. These are challenges that I think we all face. So I'd like to welcome Pato back to the stage to lead us in unpacking these really important questions.
Okay, great. Okay, so the questions are going to be shared on the screen. And what we would like is, in, again, the spirit of co-creating solutions, coming up with solutions that are best suited and actually work for you, we would like to look at some of these together. So our session, we're making good time. Our session is about until 11. So we'll break off into groups, and in those groups, we'll look to answer this question. How are we going to do this? Got it. I'm going to jump down. To divide the groups and make sure that not everyone is with their friend, we're going to count up to 4. So the 1s are in one group, the 2s are in one group, the 3s are in one group, the 4s are in one group. Do we understand? Okay. So, hello. What's your name? So Zanele is going to start with the counting. So 1, 2, 3, 4. When we get to 4, you start from 1, and then just like that, yeah? Please make sure you remember your number. Don't mistakenly remember the number that also happens to be your friend's number, so you kind of end up in the same group. Please remember the number that you shout out, yeah? Okay. Because we also haven't met, if when you say your number, you could just say your name and then your number, then that would be great, yeah? Awesome. Zanele?
Zanele 1. Mogadi 2. Owami 3. Anna 4. Angela 5. 1.
Tenyeko 2.
Ponzo 3.
Ompile 4.
Karabo 1. Khomozo 2.
Ronald 3.
Karabo 4.
Mathapelo 1.
Tsembelihle 2.
Tepan 3.
Wesley 4.
Katlego 1. Remogo 2. Kamo 3.
Linda Butle 4.
Bertha 1.
Okay. Tanaka 2.
Ompile 3.
Mahlatsi 4.
Angel 1.
Courtney 2.
The guys at the back, how good is your projection? Because you're kind of far. Let's start here. Okay. Did we all hear Buitumelo? Awesome. Huh? Oh, no, Buitumelo. Yes. Okay. Ntabi saying is 4. That is projection. Oh, Charmaine. But Charmaine is 2.
Basetsana 3.
Gift 4. Pumozo 1.
Tsegofatso 2. Dimakatso 3. Amanda 4.
Pumla 1.
Christopher 2.
Alexa 3.
Bonginkosi 4.
Maxine 1.
Maputi 2.
Yakani 3.
Zahir 4.
Khaurelo 1.
Zanele 2.
Paul, is it 3? 2. Oh, Paul 3.
Amkhalam 4.
So that means we'll have the same number of people in the groups. The tech team, may I please ask you to project the question, Mo? Mudiahi? Awesome. So that's going to be our question. Can you please break off into your groups? So can we have 1 down here, 2 over here, 3 up there, and 4 in the corner there. And as you walk up to your respective sessions, the question will be on the screen. Please pick one person who will share what your team discussed. Can I please? Oh, yes. And then we've got some people joining us online. Unfortunately, we can't do breakaways, but we are looking at your interactions. Please do share your response to that question in the chat. So the question is, how might we design youth engagement activities to be more How might we design youth activities, engagement activities, to be more accessible given the diversity of languages, cultures, spheres of knowledge, geographies, rural and urban in South Africa? Does, okay. Okay. Okay, so we're going to, okay, just to make sure that everyone can hear me. If you can hear me, please clap once. If you can hear me, please clap twice. If you can hear me, please clap 3 times. And if you're excited to be here, please give yourself a round of applause. Awesome. So final instructions, please make sure that you've got a note taker in your team, because we'll be feeding back at the end of the session. This is going to be 10 minutes, well, now 9. So at 10:40, we will all feed back. And then the second instruction is that as we are here in our different diversities. Although most of us stay in Gauteng, we come from different places, we've got different backgrounds, different economic standings and the like. Please lean into your not your differences, but please lean into who you are and your experiences and areas of expertise. Students, you'd be expertise in being students and receiving programs as students, and use those to inform this. We are looking for what you know and what you think would work for you. So there's no right, some of you guys say amazing things. Sometimes there are wrong answers, but because it's based on your life experience, you guys hear me. Please start. See you at 10:40. All the best. Hi, can you hear me? Awesome. So the team that is joining us online, sorry we couldn't have breakout rooms, but may I invite you to please answer this question in the chat. So I'll be facilitating the online session. Okay, so we see that we've got 31 of you online. So in an effort to make sure that although you're online, you're still with us in the room. And we know that you've also got great knowledge that you can share with us. Perhaps to break the ice a bit, you can start by sharing your names in the chat and where you're joining from. Lucky Boy in Deep Sloot, hello. Thanks for just marking yourself present there. And let's see who else is in the room. So also in the room, we've got Tona, Kolo, Tepo, Olela. So this is an invitation to you to please share your responses to the question that is being shared on the screen. I think we've got about 2 more minutes. Let's see who else we've got. Kwanele. Hi, Kwanele. Chantal, I think, is in the room with us. Nobomi. Okay, great. So on the chat so far, Vitolia in the north of Joburg. Thanks for checking in. Hi, Kwanele in Ivory Park and Roxanne in Ebony Park. And now please share your thoughts on how we may design youth engagement activities to be more accessible given the diversity of languages, cultures, spheres of knowledge. And yours might even be a bit different because you're also joining online, which presents its own difficulties when it comes to accessibility. Oh, Amahle from Durban, KZN. Hi. Snare Timba in Scottsville, Sachaba from Egamva Youth. So I'll give you a minute to take a look at the question and please share in the chat. Right. Oh gosh. Okay, the chat is great. So Lucky Boys comment, we can design the youth engagement activities by forming relationships with teachers who engage you in community concerns to increase youth involvement. This will then help in giving the youth opportunity to contribute and offer their inputs, allowing active collaboration between. Definitely, we need intergenerational participation, and we'll make sure that we take note of that. Because we were a bit active here after they started on the floor, when we move on to the second question, please feel free to continue here. Hello, everybody. If you can hear me, sorry to interrupt you. If you can hear me, please clap once. If you can hear me, please clap twice. If you can hear me, please clap 3 times and make it loud. Okay, let's try that again. If you can hear me, please clap loudly 3 times. Now you can hear me. So we're going to move on to the next question. Ivana, please go to question 2. Our second question is, how might we design for continuity of our activities to ensure lasting impact in a context of a strained economy, limited funding, and limited capacity? So this one we're addressing more resources, but we only have 5 minutes. So 10:40 now. 10:45 is when we finish. You can just list whatever ideas you have, and in the next 5 minutes we'll be feeding back. So resources, question is on the screen. How can we ensure continuity with limited resources? Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, and the online group. Let's go. Hi, online folks again. May I please ask that you share in the chat? Lucky, thank you for that. So I'm just going to copy your contributions and share them in the chat just so everyone can see them. Great. And then from our last question, there was a response from Albert Gure, and his was incorporating culture, share. Let's see. Okay. Great. There we go. And then for the last question, we had. Okay, there are some of the responses that we had. We had Albert saying incorporating culture sharing components into the design of the activities and leveraging language translation technologies. That's actually a really good one. If we all share cultures and understand where people are coming from, it's easier to work together. Given dynamics of area to area, social cohesion cuts across and should one put in place. I'll try and reread that one. Arts and craft activities, including exchange programs and mainly at schools, and grassroots activism by organizations based within their societies. Speaking of arts and crafts, there's a session that'll be coming up later, hosted by the Africa Climate Reality Project, which I think you'll really enjoy. So for the last couple of minutes, please respond to the question that you should be seeing on your screen now, which is, how might we design for continuity of activities to ensure lasting impact in the context of a strained economy, limited funding, and limited capacity? Again, please respond to it looking at what you've experienced and looking at the position you are in. The next time you hear me, I'll be speaking to all of you and the rest of the crew, and we'll be sharing feedback. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining online. Chat in a bit. And we are all back together. Ish. So again, remember we need to co-create and build networks. So we have gifted you the network of number one, and you can continue this over tea break. Now you've got an icebreaker. But we are running out of time because we did start late. So instead of all coming back together, we are going to go around. If you can give us your top item. So for the last questions that we asked, your top one for question one and one for question two, yeah? If you can even make it a word, that would be great, because we only have, let me not embarrass myself, we only have 3 minutes and however many seconds are in 3 minutes. Group one, are you ready? Okay. I won't ask you guys because then you're also going to say no. Please give us your main response to question one and main response to question two. Is it possible to have our screen share again, just so we also see the questions? Great. Can I have the speaker? May I please have the speaker in each group come towards the microphone? Your note taker, your speaker, please come towards the microphone. Group number two, you can start.
Okay, my name is Tenyeko, and with the question one, our top idea or our top answer was, during youth conferences, we could have a person or people that know different languages, basically have translators. And with regards to question two, what was the question again? Okay, so we could find people that are consistent, go directly to community and build solid groups, and also have mentors, because people aren't consistent. So we need consistent people and solid people. Make sure we make it fun, exciting, so that people remain consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Group four, your response to question one and question two. One each.
Okay. For question one, the biggest thing I think was support. Making sure that data and transport support is always provided, being very aware of location, awareness, the hours to ensure school children can attend, and language support. And then question two was catering for youth that are across the country, using recordings, making sure that we can use schools and communities as venues, because that can cover up the funding issue. Schools and universities can offer their halls free of charge and train. To trade it off, we would offer education and awareness for climate change support, so we can cover those two things.
Thank you. So guys, Ronald is going to be giving the next feedback, but he's a little nervous. So we're going to need you to give him a huge round of applause so he knows we're eager to hear him. Ronald?
Well, our answer is areas grassroots organizations do a crucial job of facilitating youth engagement within the context of those communities, those making subject discussed in these spaces more palatable. This encourage a variety of participants that can serve as reliable form of reference. Yeah, I think.
Thank you. Who's feeding back from here? Awesome.
Implementation of social programs, more fun and workshops such as even sport activities, and then capacitating teachers so that they are able to share with students, and then also using TikTok, incentivizing the youth and using self-pride to instill.
Thank you so much. Meeting people where the people are, and the people are on TikTok. So may I please, the four people who are giving feedback, because you've got the notes. Charmaine, are you in the group? Are you here? Charmaine, please, great. Charmaine, please stand and wave. If you are taking notes for your group, please see Charmaine, just so we make sure we record them, and then they'll be shared. After this, we are 1 minute over. Please follow the South African Climate Action Network on social media, WWF and Institute of Economic Justice, to keep updated on the projects that we do with young people, the boot camps, the different consultations that we have. And with that, we come to the end of our session, which will also be going into a comfort break, which means you can chill with your people. My name is Bato Kilisitse. I am the Climate Action and Sustainability Lead at South African Climate Action Network, and I was facilitating the Youth Climate Champions Best Practice session. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Okay. How's everybody feeling? You good? You good? All right. See, this is the energy that we need. Hi, everyone. My name is Mude Mafantiri. I'm a policy and research officer at the South African Climate Action Network. I'm also your contact point for this year's LCOY. Can I get a shout out? Thank you so much. So this next session we have with some colleagues that are very close to my heart. So aside from being your contact point, I'm also a member of the African Union Youth Reference Committee. So this is a group of international youth that are gathered together to champion for the African Union Youth Charter. Please raise your hand if you know anything about the African Union Youth Charter. No? 1, 2? All right. We also champion for the AU's Agenda 2063. Please raise your hand if you know anything about the African Union's Agenda 2063. All right. Sustainable Development Goals? Yes? All right. Okay. Well, much to work on, but we'll get there. So in this interactive session, I will be joined by 2 of my colleagues, Louise Kanza and Albert Kure. So this session aims to do 1, we're going to delve into climate change and gender. And then we're also going to explore bridging the gap really between local climate action and global climate policy. Because the work that we do as a Youth Reference Committee is to strengthen ending global inequalities through youth participation, which makes a lot of sense if you think about why you're here. So I'm going to quickly read out the bio of our first speaker. Louise Kanza is an international award-winning activist specializing in community engagement and development. Based in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Louise works to encourage the participation of youth and women in different spheres of participation, active citizenship, and democratic processes. Louise is passionate in highlighting the intersectionality between women's rights issues and how they are relevant and affect all different spheres of global issues to ensure that women and girls' voices are amplified, heard, and counted at all levels of democratic society. Louise is a highly accomplished individual. She holds a BA in International Relations and a BA Honors in International Politics from the University of South Africa. She has the following accolades. She is a former Mandela Washington Fellow in the USA, a One Young World Fellow in the UK, a delegate and discussant of the World Forum for Democracy in France, and as part of the youth delegation in the 5th United Nations Conference of the Least Developed Countries. And obviously, Louise is also a member of the African Union Youth Reference Committee. So, if we are online, Louise Kanza should be able to join us. Louise, I hand over to you. Thank you. Can we have a small round of applause, please?
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Hi, thank you so much. So my name is Louise Ganza, and I am from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you so much, Modiehi, for that introduction. And I'm really looking forward to speaking to everyone today. But due to logistic issues, we're going to have to wait a little bit for me, and I'm going to hand over to Albert, and he's going to start. We're just going to change the program a little bit. I hope that you all don't mind. Since we're running behind schedule, Albert will start, and then I will be here after his intervention. Thank you.
Yes?
Hello, everyone.
Like for me to introduce you?
Please go ahead.
All right. Albert is a member of the AU Youth Envoys Youth Reference Committee and a graduate student of Food Security Policy and Management at UCC in Ireland. As Thought for Food's West African Regional Coordinator, he contributes to future-proofing the underleveraged food system transformation opportunity by reimagining how to innovate and invest in food, agriculture, and climate tech to benefit people and the planet. In the past, Albert was an Audi Environmental Foundation Scholar in London, UN IGF Youth Policymaker, and Special Assistant to the Nigerian Governor. He is a 2023 European Forum ALPAC EFA Scholar in Austria, a One Young World Ambassador as well, and alumni of programs like the Sinbio Africa Fellowship in Uganda, African Presidential Leadership Program in Egypt, and Kashim Ibrahim Fellowship in Nigeria. Let's give it up for Albert, please. Thank you, Albert.
Okay, thank you so much, Mo. I just wanted to take us through a brief presentation. I don't know if I would be able to share my screen or if that can be done from your end, but I would try to kick off and stay within the time frame. So I am Albert from Nigeria, and I just wanted to talk about bridging the gap. Now, within the as well as in food and agriculture, there is always a need to connect local initiatives to the global strategies that exist, right? And the reason for that is because we have a problem and we need to fix that problem. So at Thought for Work, we have this question we always pose. We say, how do we feed 10 billion people on a hotter planet by 2050? And is something that I would want you to hold in your mind as we go through this conversation, and just take it even beyond this event to continually think about the fact that our population is increasing as residents on the planet is getting hotter, and by 2050 we would be 10 billion persons, and we'll need to feed those people and we'll need to survive given the climatic changes that would have occurred by that time. Hopefully we can retrace our step back to fix the issue, but if we can't, then we are in for a world of hot in 2050. Now, the thing about it is that agriculture and climate change has a very cyclic connection. So the fact that we have an existential crisis on the planet right now is also one of our biggest opportunities. There's something Albert Einstein usually says, and I love this quote because he says the problems that exist in our world cannot be solved by the same level of thinking that created those problems. So what that means is that as individuals, we're always supposed to continually innovate and create solutions to solve problems using a higher level of thinking than the mindset or perspectives that created those problems in the first place, right? And so the idea is that there is huge opportunity. Food and agriculture, as well as the climate change space, represents an opportunity for incredible innovation and for investment locally and globally. For instance, right now there is a $4.5 trillion annual food system transformation opportunity that comes from the fact that 70% of the food demand, we would have an increase of 7% for food demand by 2050. We have a current $10 trillion global food industry market that feeds 8.1 billion people worldwide. So there's tremendous opportunity to make money, tremendous opportunity to contribute to sustainable impact, tremendous opportunity to give to people and to save the planet. But to get to leverage all of these opportunities, things are very critical. And those two things are mindset and our skill sets. So in terms of our mindset, the perspectives we take into problem solving is a powerful force that can drive innovation. At TFF, we call something, we say a word that we call glocal, and that's simply global to local perspectives, right, and changes. And besides the mindset, we also need to sort out certain skill sets and gain those skill sets to a degree that allows us to make positive change. So the mindset is important, but the skill set is also very central. I'll just give you a few examples of certain perspectives you can take to solving problems innovatively for food and agriculture and for climate change. There's something called next gen innovation, which is around digital agriculture and innovating within the technology and digital space. I'll give you an example of an organization in Cameroon, in West Africa, that is working to push their AI-powered mobile application that can detect diseases in animals. Now, I worked with this team personally in 2021. I was a mentor for their startup when they were launching and trying to scale up their production capacity in Cameroon and also in other West African countries. And I can tell you that animal disease is a huge sector that is currently untapped. You would bear me witness that we have cases of bird flu, we have cases of several animal-related diseases that spread out and also has the ability to impact human lives across the world. In Indonesia, for instance, there's a company called Neurofarm that is using their AI-powered crop diagnostic tool for disease treatment. So this is for plants, while PFMS in Cameroon is working to treat diseases in animals, right? So digital agriculture is a huge area of opportunity to be leveraged to solve human problems, but also problems in food and agriculture, and to, like I always say, make money as well. The mistake people usually make is to assume that there always has to be a trade-off. You can ensure financial sustainability while making arrangements for environmental sustainability as well, which is what brings us to the conversation around the triple impact of current sustainability models, right? That you're saying the person benefits, the planet benefits, the society benefits. Beyond just the digital agriculture, there's also something we call crop opportunities, which are opportunities from the crop perspective. Rainfed, for instance, in India, is producing a highly nutritious plant-based milk. That millet, plant-based products are not a new thing. I told someone in Africa we've been eating plant-based products and creating innovative products from them for generations, right? I know South Africa has a very hugely rich plant-based community, people who believe in the value of plant-based products. We have the Live Green Co, for instance, in the US, that is using AI-powered plant alternative ingredients, right? So for them, it's around ensuring that they are conscious of the plants that they are harvesting. They are conscious of all of the factors that contribute to people adopting plant-based perspectives, and then offering recommendation using artificial intelligence to target people, target organizations, and target governments for campaigns, advocacy projects, and even the products that are being developed. But beyond that, Crocky's perspective is also the fact that there's a regenerative and circular movement right now happening, and this is what we usually term next gen innovation. In Norway, for instance, Bezos is using single-use plastic alternatives that are made from seaweed. Appeal Science are using edible coating materials to preserve fresh food. Elixir Foods in Brazil are using nutritious liquid sweeteners that are made from organic cocoa waste. Right, I did meet Elixir Foods a few years ago in Brazil, and they're doing amazing work. And now we're moving towards consumption patterns being circular because there's so much opportunity. Most people's circularity and waste in Africa always move to plastic waste as the first thing they do. But there's so much waste that happens within the food and agricultural industry that is an opportunity that can be leveraged for consumables, not just for usable in terms of like products or things for building materials or for making roads or what have you. There's real potential in this. I'm just taking time to just go through a few of these things just so you begin to think outside of the box at what you can do, because all of these conversations we're having is around how to encourage ourselves to act, how to encourage ourselves to take that first step to do something about the problem. We know there's a problem. We can't keep talking about the problem every day and every time. We need to think about the solutions to those problems and then actively solve those problems. Now, at TFF, we encourage sparking action everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't matter what your background is, which is another reason why I love this program, because it's bringing together people from different perspectives, from different industries, students to professionals, and just trying to ensure we have that conversation that would move us forward together. Beyond sparking um, action everywhere, we're also amplifying new solutions. And we do that by supporting brands, we do that by connecting people with mentors, we do that by doing so many things. And all of these opportunities are available to you in South Africa and beyond South Africa, because there's a global market for funding, a global market for consumers, a global market for opportunities that exist. I would chat to Mo to ensure that you get access to the slides in PDF, just so that you can take some time to go through some of these things and follow the links and just get inspired from some of the stories and the people behind those stories that are working. TFF has startups in Africa that we support. Some of them include BM TAC and C, that is based out of Morocco. They also function in Ivory Coast and in Togo, and they are using solar powered cold storage systems to prevent post harvest losses. This is a very simple solution, because right now there's a huge market for clean technology, for green technology, and for eco-friendly or climate sensitive technologies to solve problems, right? And we have so many people doing that. We have VetStack that is helping agribusinesses in Africa to increase productivity through digitizing their businesses. Zuhura Solutions has a solar-powered street food vending cart that can help people consume healthy food. So we know that our food is huge. Like, we love street foods. They are delicious, they are cheap, they are easily accessible. In your hustle and bustle, you can easily just stop by the road and buy something. But sometimes people fall sick from contamination, people fall sick from consuming some of these unhealthy foods. And so this organization is providing solutions to tackle those challenges. We have also Kairos that is working to create a circular system, poultry farming, aquaculture, and growing crops. So they're just connecting different types of agriculture and farming to ensure that the waste from one is a product to use for another. The regeneration fellowship, sometimes your product does not have to be physical, or your solution does not tangible. Sometimes it's just a community you build, sometimes it's an idea you propagate, sometimes is a setup or a conversation you champion, right? And the regeneration fellowship does that. We have flying things in Malawi that is using locally built low-cost drones to improve agriculture and access to medicines. We have Tiger House in Ghana that is using the waste from tiger nuts to make other products. So they do sell milk drinks with the extracts from tiger nuts, but they also use the waste to make laundry starch and to do other products that they sell within their business. So there's so much opportunity. I just want you to begin to think about how to connect those dots right now. You do not have to be an entrepreneur. You do not have to start up a program or a business or create a product. Sometimes you just have to do something in terms of connecting with others, finding a solution that goes beyond whether it's a policy level solution, whether it's a product, whether it's a process. Start something. That's just what I'm trying to convey with these conversations today. Beyond that, also, is the fact that Thoughts of Food is the world's next gen innovation engine. And what we do is we turbocharge agri-food and climate transformation, right? And one of the methods we do this by is through something we call our digital labs. The reason I'm exposing you to this digital labs right now is just to offer you some support in terms of people who want to act but do not know how to go about starting something. So on our digital labs platform, we have interactive and collaborative learning resources, open source data sets and hardware. You can listen to our live sessions and join our master classes. You can get matched with mentors because we have a community of over 35,000 people around the world. You can attend workshops, you can join social events, and you can also take courses in entrepreneurship, leadership, design thinking, future casting, systems thinking, you name it. Okay, there's so much to be learned, there's so much to be applied, and there's so much to think about. So for us, it's about learning interactively, thinking multispectrally, and then acting in a way that creates radical change, but then going beyond just radical change, also sharing with a global community. So that is where the global components come from. Most of the problems we face are similar all round. The problems in Nigeria aren't so different from the problems in South Africa. In some cases, aren't so different from that of Ghana. And so there's a huge advantage to solution sharing and to working collaboratively even beyond your country to either replicate what works somewhere else or to modify some of the solutions that already exist. Sometimes you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes you just need to collaborate and implement something that works somewhere else where you are. So I just hope that with this my rushed conversation, I've been able to just like get you thinking about some of the opportunities that exist and how you can like contribute to the fight, either from a business perspective, from a policy perspective, working with others, or in part as part of a community, or through ensuring that you create a program, a dialogue space, and what have you. I would ask the tech team to just play a very short 1 minute video just to wrap up, and I would be available here for questions for however long I'm allowed to be. And I hope I have just helped to inspire someone and to just remind us of the reasons we need to act and the fact that you can act given the right resources, given the right mindset, and given the right skill sets. Thank you so much.
For that presentation, Albert. Before we begin the Q&A, I would just like to point out that we do have another session happening in the Build Labs, and Bato is at the back if you would like to attend the Storytelling as Climate Activism session, and she can usher you if you would like. So there is Bato and there's Tabiso at the back for any of you that are interested in that session. Okay, so we will take some questions from the floor. Do we have any questions? Let's begin there. No questions from the floor? Why are there no questions from the floor? Thank you, guys. Understand. Albert, it seems that you were really clear, and thank you so much for your presentation. I think, Louise, if you are ready, we can hand over to you. Okay, but let's just give it 30 seconds. Please, may you usher yourselves out quietly so we can continue the session. All right. Louise, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mudehi, and thank you so much to Albert for that very informative presentation. And I think, well, I've looked at the program so far, and I think that, you know, what I'm going to talk about is actually very important because often this gets left out of many activities where climate change is being discussed, or many other aspects of international development or what's going on in the world. So I'm going to speak about gender and climate change. And the last time I was invited to an event to speak about this, I had traveled to Canada to speak about that. And when I got to the airport, the immigration officer asked me what I would be there for. And I told him what I was there for and what I would be speaking about. And he was like, what's the link between gender and climate change? He was sort of a bit annoyed, and that's the type of feedback that I usually get when people hear that I'm going to speak about gender and climate change, and it's like, oh, the feminists are at it again, and what are they going to complain about, and why should it always be about talking about women and how bad men are in the world, and even in climate change, which is causing natural disasters, and why do we have to differentiate between men and women when it comes to this, which is exactly the problem. And really, I'm not judging any of you if that was your first impression of me or of the topic that I'm going to discuss, but please lend me your ears a little bit. And I think at the end of the session, even if you don't have questions, I would really appreciate some comments. I like to have comments. I want to learn from you. As much as I'm here to teach, I'm also here to learn. Yes. So the truth and the reality is that women and girls are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change. And this is because already, if we can understand that the effects of climate change globally affect that there's an economic divide, I think everyone can understand that the poor people are even more affected by the effects of climate change and are less likely to have the resources, the tools, or solutions to deal with the effects of climate change. If we can understand this, then we can also understand that women and girls, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa where we live, are even more affected because the conditions that we have, whether it's socio-cultural, socio-economic, really exacerbate the effects of climate change, and women are really at the bottom of being able to create solutions or to contribute even towards solutions. And I think it's important also to understand that as much as women are in this in this position that we might think initially is a position of victimhood, they are also able to contribute if empowered or if given the space, and even find solutions to move on from this. So I'd like to give you a few practical examples of how women are more affected by climate change, specifically women in rural areas, in remote areas, and who live in areas where climate change hits the hardest, but we don't really hear about it because we are much more advanced in technological and innovative and international solutions. So a lot of women are involved in farming, and because of climate change and we have things like droughts, the women in those areas are more affected because already they are doing the farming. So they are contributing to the livelihood of their households. And when a drought hits in that situation, women are then not able to harvest as much as they harvest. And one of the quickest solutions to get sort of income or to get money in general in the house is through marriage. So the younger girls are used either for marriage or even just in a way to get sexual favors. So young girls are being used as currency, in a situation where the main cause was something caused by climate change. So that's a very big problem that a lot of you probably wouldn't have linked to the effects of climate change and how it affects women in that aspect. Also, during natural disasters caused by climate change, which will which ultimately cause a lot of migration. And we have climate refugees because they have to move around because of these unfavorable positions, the unfavorable conditions. A lot of women are affected in terms of their menstrual and reproductive cycles. Because, yes, if there is any type of natural disaster happening, your period is not going to say, well, I'm going to give you a chance because right now we won't be able to, I won't be able to manifest because of what's happening outside. No. So think of a young girl who is on the move on foot because of a natural disaster of your choice, whichever the first one you can think of, and that was caused by climate change. And now they have to move on foot with their belongings on their back, and she gets her first period during this time. And and to sort of encourage or to sort of accompany her in her journey. So basically today I would like to speak to you all about helping to create policies. And when you speak about issues that concern climate change, do not leave women and girls out, and do not leave sexual and reproductive health out of the topic, because this still is important and it's still relevant. I'm sure you have been following what goes on in all the wars that are happening at the moment all over the continent and all over the world. Every time, that's how I think, and I don't want to influence you, but every time you see a war or anything happening, think there's probably women involved there that are pregnant, that are on their period, that are PMSing. And people are under the impression that when all this unrest is happening, people do not prioritize intimacy and sexual intercourse. On the contrary, this is the time where it really does carry on. We still have sexual violence, we still have rapes, we still have sexual assault during climate disasters, during natural disasters, during wars. These things continuously happen during this time. So when you call for policies to be changed and when you call for solutions to climate change, always think of this part of the demographic that is left behind, either because their education was not prioritized. We know that in a lot of our continents, in a lot of countries in our continent, we don't really prioritize the education of women, simply because they are going to be married off and they're not going to contribute positively to the household. But when we educate women, we are ultimately helping with, and that's another avenue to help with solutions for climate change. So yes, in conclusion, I just want you, as you go on doing the rest of the activities today and following all the presentations, just take 5 minutes or a couple of minutes and just think, how are women affected by this in a way that is different than men? How are women and girls affected in a way that is different by men? And what can we do just to add something extra to this for the advancement of women and girls? So as Albert, I was actually looking at your presentation under that lens, and it's actually very for me. It's not very when I look at everything, every presentation or anything that anyone contributes using that lens, I always notice that there is there's always a lag. There's always something lagging behind. And if you also notice that, everyone that's listening, if you also notice that, please be able to speak up and say that, and make a comment about this. If you're comfortable with that, and if you feel like it is relevant, please do. And yes, so I'm available for any questions. But as I said in the beginning, I would love to hear some comments about what I've spoken about, and any examples of the context in your everyday life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Louise. I think before we get into breakaway rooms, perhaps we can circulate the roaming mic so that we can capture some of the feedback that Louise has asked for. So please put your hand up if you have any comments or queries, or just to share your feelings. Otherwise, I will pick on you. All right, hands up, let's go.
So my takeaway from this presentation is, when we are talking about climate change and how gender plays into that issue, there's a few takeaways I wrote down, and I understood that the present world has been affected by the changing climate, yes. And most of the systems that we are mainly centered on the surrounding environment, including the climate. And with the change of climate, these systems, including like socio-economic systems, the impact is greatly felt by women. And in an attempt to cope with the changes, women are forced into unwanted marriages, rape and abuse during climate disasters, etc., etc. So the question I have now is, the root cause of all of this is climate change, but that's too big of a root to uproot, if you understand what I'm trying to say. So, so we can look at this, at how we can change the existing policies and socio-economic systems in favor of women in an attempt to adapt to the existing situation and environment we have. As we are saying, the climate is changing.
Thank you. Louise, would you be able to respond?
Yes, so that is exactly it. That is definitely what that's the type of feedback that I was looking for. Thank you very much. I didn't get your name. And yes, that's the problem, because if we had a society that saw women in a different way, that valued the woman's body in a different way, we wouldn't have to be dealing with this. So it's like problems on top of problems. And it would be, yes, climate change is really broad in the aspect, but the effects of climate change is what we're talking about. But really, we wouldn't have this problem if society had a different way of seeing the women's bodies and the role of the woman in society. I always say that women is so against society, and I use this example that, have you seen, I'm sure you've seen many videos of gender reveals, which is a new trend that people do sort of at baby showers, or they have a gender reveal activity on its own. And often you find that when the couple finds out that they're having a girl, they are not happy, especially the father. He will throw a tantrum and he will behave in a way that you never see when, you know, a mother behaving like that when she finds out that she's having a boy, or the society in general. And this is everywhere. It's not just a thing of people who live in rural areas that are reacting like this when they have a baby girl. No, we've seen all over the world with the father to be being very disappointed. Not all of them, but honestly, most of the videos that I've seen of social media is fathers being very upset that they're going to be girl dads, or that they're going to have a baby girl.
Thank you for that response, Louise. And we had several other hands. Who's next?
Hi, Louise. I completely agree with the topic that you spoke about. I feel like a lot of young girls in a lot of African villages suffer a lot, and they go through a lot of things that we don't understand because there are some African traditions which are extremely horrible. There was a movie I watched. It was based on a true story. There was a girl, she's a young girl. She had her period for the first time, and her mom didn't encourage or support her. Instead, they took her to a mountain and actually sewed her private parts because they said the moment that you have your period, men think you are grown now, you're a woman, and you're ready to have like sexual intercourse. So she had to run away from her village, and it was a very scary thing because a lot of girls go through that. And I feel like women are very important because they bring new life into the world, because they are the mothers of the future generation who will come up with solutions for climate changes. So we definitely need to find a way to ensure that those girls in African villages are well taken care of. Thank you so much.
Brilliant point. Louise, do you have any additions to that?
No, she said everything. That was so brilliant. Thank you so much.
Okay, our next speaker.
Hi, Louise. My name is Tatenda, and I'm from Zimbabwe. So I really enjoyed your presentation, and I felt like you linking sexual and reproductive health to climate change was a big stretch for me. I'd never been exposed to it from that angle. So I actually have a question. What do you think it will take for us to shift the global perspective towards one that is supportive of women in relation to how they're affected by climate change? Like, what do you think it will actually take for us to make that whole change, to be able to convince everyone that, hey, women are going through this, this, and that, and we need to change this, this, and that? Is it going to be more advocacy or more representation of women in policy making conferences, or I don't know? Does it mean that we have to involve women more in these climate action programs? What do you think it would take for us to actually make that change that we're hoping to see? Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of involving women, I think women are misrepresented in basically every aspect. Even when we look at the president, when we look at members of parliament, in all countries, whether developed or not, there's a problem of women representation. But then we need representation that speaks about the topic. It doesn't help just to have women there and they're not speaking about these things, because when you have women on a platform, sometimes they just put there because of numbers, and they're not going to have these type of difficult conversations because, you know, we're supposed to hide things. Whatever's happening in that department, in sexual and reproductive health rights, or whatever happening with your body, is just such a secret that you have to always keep. But yes, I do think what it's going to take is for us to include these resources. So when, for example, when there's a natural disaster, and or when there's any type of collection happening for people that are less fortunate, the first thing we think of is food, which is good, shelter, which is good, water, which is good, but it should be in the top 5 of things that we're thinking about when we are making these type of donations, or when we're doing drives. And, you know, food is important, but in sanitary products are also as important, you know. Talking about systems and solutions and all these technical aspects of how we can eradicate problems, it's important, but we also need to stick to the basics, because if a woman or a girl is not in a position to do these things, or to move, or to act freely, or, you know, to use her body the way that she could, it's a problem, because then she won't be able to contribute to society. So now we have less women contributing, and we have more of these stereotypes that, oh no, men can do things better. It's not necessarily the case. So I think, yes, when we have women representing, we have more women representation. We also need to have more women talking about these topics. They need to speak about their bodies. They need to speak about sexual and reproductive health rights. Like for me, they can do it whenever they get an opportunity.
Thank you for that, Louise. Very informative. And I see that everybody else seems to agree, correct? All right. And we have a gentleman with a question as well. Not a question, a comment?
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Lerad. I think, so I'm passionate about climate justice and climate change, but usually whenever we have the topic of gender and climate change, I'm challenged. But I think today we had a completely different approach to it. Because how I would usually think of it is kind of maybe in the moment as it's happening, but just kind of some of the issues that were highlighted to say that if maybe there's a climate disaster and then there's a woman who's pregnant or on her periods, so they get to experience it differently. So that's kind of something that was like a light bulb moment today. So yeah, that's the comment.
Thank you. This presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that comment. And yes, I think, as I said in the beginning, people are always like, what is she talking about? Why must she come in? Why do these feminists never stop? They always have something to say. And it's true, because even when we have these disasters and people have to move around, you have to think about how women and girls are seen. Men don't have to think about this. When men are moving from one country to the next, like for example, they're moving to a different country because of a climate crisis, men can just get up and go. Women have to wonder, like for example, if you're moving from a Christian to a Muslim country, the women and girls are going to have to be covered when they get to the next country. So they have to make sure that they are dressed in an appropriate way before their lives are even considered, because you might get to the next country and you can't even go there because you're not dressed in the correct way, for example. So I think that's another example that we can think about when we're discussing the topic.
Very true. So we still have 2 more hands in the front.
Hello, my name is Maputi. So what I'm gonna say, it's more like a comment, but there's a certain question in it. I just don't know how to properly phrase it. And some of it are gonna be to what Albert spoke about as well, right? So I'm part of the Youth Policy Committee at SAIA, and we recently launched a South African Youth Gender Action Plan, right? So that was my first time seeing the intersectionality between gender and climate change. And I think with relation to the points that have been brought forward, if we could have the first time we interact with climate change in this country is when we talk about it in school. If those conversations would also open up the fact that this is climate change, this is how it affects people differently based on not just gender, but also other things like whether you're Black, whether your income status, economic status, and stuff like that, it would be more eye-opening for people to know that this affects me too in a different way that I hadn't thought about before. Because all this information, we get it by only coming to such event, which aren't certain things that everybody can be able to access. Not everybody can come and be part of LCOY or get to be part of this presentation and stuff like that. And I think that's why it affects most people's access to knowledge about climate change and gender and all its intersectionalities. But I think in South Africa, gender is just a problem in general. So it's just further made more of a problem because of climate change. And we have a problem that we don't even have a lot of funding. And as much as climate change doesn't have funding, when it comes to gender activism, it's much more worse in the African sectors, right? And the stigmas that we need to break also affect people in those spaces of influence, those spaces of power. For instance, even in Africa, right, we recently had a Kenyan senator who was being stigmatized for having a period stain. So if a senator can go through that, I think, what about me, who is just a normal, regular person, and makes it even harder to tap into these spaces and be like, I'm going to be part of the change, or I'm going to mention this. And with regard to agricultural businesses, I wanted to ask about, so I'm from Limpopo, right? And most of us, when we are in agriculture, it's a way of survival. It isn't necessarily a business. Most people have agricultural businesses in their homes as a survival means. So when we talk about sustainability, all these climate change things we can input into those agricultural businesses, how can then we bring it down for it to be something that, as somebody who's doing it to sustain me and my family, we can apply those things in our in the way we work with our agricultural businesses and things like that. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. What a wonderful contribution to the discussion. I don't think Albert is still here to answer that
Hello, I'm still
question.
here.
Oh, there you go. Sorry,
Yes.
I thought you were gone.
So thank you. I finally got one question, but I want to thank you for the question because when I started off working in climate change space, one thing I found to be an advantage is that in Africa, it's very important to connect climate conversation to very specific and tangible things, right? And for me, it was agriculture because food and agriculture plays such a huge role in our lives as Africans. Most of our communities are agrarian. People either are primary producers or processors, or at most everybody is a consumer. So one way or the other, we have that connection between the food we eat, the food we exchange, to the realities of climate change in our communities and the world at large. So I think that connection was very key for me in terms of like opening up spaces, meeting people, and trying to of the importance of getting on this problem and solving it correctly. Now to scale it down to communities where for people who depend on agriculture for livelihood, you beginning to bring up conversations around sustainability and all of this circularity and regenerative agricultural perspectives seems like unnecessary things, right? So for me, what I always add is that I come from a profit advantage, right? That for persons who are trying to survive, the best way to sell something as new as a concept of sustainability or a regenerative agricultural practice is to explain or show them the advantage in terms of financial returns or benefits they can get. Because for this person, your sustainability does not matter. For this person, your conversations about, oh, I want to save the world, I want to save the planet, I want to save everybody in the world is not of importance. I need to feed my children, I need to put food on the table, I need my family to survive. And so if you can, and as usual, there is advantages to, I mean, financial advantages to transitioning to sustainable, to applying regenerative methodologies. There's huge advantages from the financial perspective. So if you can use that as the perspective or the business case to convince people and teach people. So right now, your farm produces X bag of maize. If you apply this new methodology or implement this technology, you can produce X times 5 bags of maize. For any person who is surviving, that is already a huge that would open up the question to how do I then get in on this. So I think it's important for us to play on people's reality, but beyond that is to ensure that we're providing quality value. So it's not just saying, oh, get on this because it's a hype or it's a trend, but you can benefit from it. So you benefit from it, your family benefits from it, in that maybe it's more nutritious food you're consuming, or you're selling your produce at a much higher cost in the market because you have now a higher quality produce to sell. So I think I would advise from that perspective of financial advantage, as well as then the environmental sustainability components of agribusiness perspectives. I hope that clarifies and helps out.
Okay, Albert, I don't think you heard that, but she said it does clarify some of the points. Louise, would you like to respond to the gender aspects?
Yes, I really think that it's important because she spoke about how gender-based violence in general is a problem, especially in South Africa, and should just whenever we have a chance to discuss it, whatever the topic might be. So I definitely agree with her on that one.
Do we have any hands left before we go into breakaway rooms? One hand in the front.
Thank you. My name is Vasitsana, and like Maputi said, we worked tirelessly on the Youth Gender Action Plan. And when I think about how we did that, I think about the fact that we had to break into different themes and thematic areas that speak to everything. And that includes entrepreneurship, climate change, socio-economic issues. We discussed every aspect of policy that we could think of. And it also comes back to policy in itself. When you look at not only the Y gap, we also have the SAY cap, we also have the African Climate Action Plan. These are beautiful documents that the youth work on tirelessly. They make efforts, they make research contributions. But these are documents that never really get to make it in your newspaper covers or in your magazine covers. And it brings the question to say, are we doing enough in the policy aspect of it? Because we dedicate ourselves to say we want to see this implemented. So my question comes to the implementation part. Are we doing enough to implement these documents, and are we doing enough to ensure that not only is youth engaged, but are we also looking at the right channels of translating these documents for easy access? Thank you.
That's a brilliant point. Do any of our panelists want to respond?
So can I quickly jump on this?
Albert, you may go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for that contribution. I want to come at it from a perspective that I always advocate for, and that is the leveraging of partnerships, right? So the thing I've noticed with the policy briefs, the white papers, green papers, all them that most times young people prepare and get into certain spaces, we do these works sometimes a little bit distanced from the systems that exist. And so what it means is that we do all of this work, but then find it difficult to move and transition that work from paper to the applicational aspects of it. And so I always advocate for partnerships between private sector, government, non-profits, you name it, engage as many partners as possible, because what that then does is while you're working on all of these amazing documents and these partners are involved from the very beginning, it ensures that once the documents are ready and we have all of these action plans and strategy documents, implementation then becomes a little bit easier. Now, I don't mean it's going to solve the entire problem, but at most it gives you people who are champions of your strategies, people who are champions of all of these documents, because they are involved in the developmental process of these documents. Now, beyond just the partnerships, also is the contextualization, right? Contextualization in that sometimes we tend to use generalized perspectives in policy briefs or policy recommendations, where it's saying, oh, this is a document we've prepared for South Africa, but you all know that South Africa is one of the most diverse countries in Africa. And so the realities of one person in one part of South Africa may not be the reality of another person in another part of Africa. So if we do not take note of these contexts while we prepare those policy briefs and those recommendations and develop all of those strategies, we run the risk of exempting certain people even before the implementation begins. And so for me, it's around partnerships. For me, it's around ensuring that there's a context-based perspective to implementation. Because if, for instance, you have a policy and you want to implement a program in one region, you may need to redraft or restructure the entire program for it to be applicational to another region. So I think that those are just kind of like two methods to ensure that we see a lot more in terms of like the turnaround of or the implementation of policies and programs from just documents into the reality we see on the streets and in the lives of people to have benefit and to bring them advantages like it should. I don't know if that helps out clarifying just a few things we can do as young persons, that as much partnerships, collaborate, work with others, but also take note of the context and realities and factor that into event, no matter how much work it becomes. Because at some point, some people are scared of the amount of work that it will require to contextualize documents, because it's saying, do I have to then create 5 versions of the same document just because there are 5 different contexts? So put in that work and create or restructure all of the options just so that it captures those contexts, because it will do a whole lot of good when you come to implement either the policies or the programs or activities that have been designed in line with those strategies.
Basitsana, am I correct to say he answered your questions? All right, okay. At this stage, we will go into breakout rooms. Can I get an indication from the tech team that we can project the document? Otherwise, we will just go into smaller groups and share the relevant text with you there. Okay, we cannot project the document. So online community, I will soon be coming to speak to you directly here on the ground. Can you please organize yourselves into groups? I see you guys are all from one school. I would prefer for you to not sit together. So we're gonna have to do the number game. Just 3 groups. So we'll start with you. Please say your number. 1? No? 1? Hi, miss. Wakey, wakey. Okay, which number? 1, 2, 1. Guys, it's just 3, so there's no 4. Okay, 1s. All right. 2. Miss in the gray shirt. You're a 1. I'm sorry, so it's a 1. Yes, you're 1. Yes, 2. 1, 2. Anybody at the back? 3, 1. All right. Basetsana, you would be 2. Maputi, 3. You are 1. Okay, so all the 1s, please get together in this corner, and all the 2s in that corner, and the 3s towards the back. And our online community, I will be with you shortly. Thank you so much to our panelists. Testing, testing. Okay, thank you for joining us online. We can't project the questions, so I'm gonna have to just pick one and we can just discuss for 5 minutes. You can pop all of your comments in the chat and we will take note of them. Can I get some indication that you guys are online? You can just pop a plus in the chat. Once again, just checking. You can just type anything in the chat. All right, thank you for being here, Lucky Boy. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we are going to briefly, only for about 5 minutes, talk about how. Okay, unfortunately, because we didn't talk about agriculture very much, I think we should talk about it in the smaller breakaway rooms. Just to do some justice to our panelists, can we discuss the role of youth in promoting climate resilient agriculture in South Africa? So how can young farmers and agricultural enthusiasts adapt to climate change while promoting gender equity in this sector? Should I type the question in the chat? All right, I'll type it. Okay, so I have typed the question in the chat and would really appreciate if any of you had any comments or thoughts or ideas. We can talk through this together. You can pop your thoughts in the chat and I'll respond. Okay, if this is a question that is not engaging you, please let me know so we can maybe then just open the floor and you can comment on the session instead. In the chat, you need to type in the chat. That's a very good point, Morris. So how do we bring gender into this if we start by engaging in agricultural initiatives? It's also okay for you to say you can't quite think of how to integrate gender into this, because that too is feedback. We're just looking for feedback. Wow, thank you very much, Lucky Boy. Wind machines, overhead irrigation, choosing plant varieties appropriately, and setting orchards in appropriate locations. Valid points. Diversified markets and diversification in crops going to increase resilience. Crop insurance decreases risk. The good news is that many of the best strategies for addressing climate risk are already familiar to farmers and ranchers through practices commonly associated with sustainable agriculture, such as diversifying crops, livestock enterprises, and markets, improving soil health through cover crops. Thank you for that. And I see, Morris, you have responded as well. These initiatives can be started by ensuring that there's a balance of gender within the members of these initiatives. That's very true. See, it's maybe a small first step that we can take. Lucky Boy, can I also ask you to maybe integrate a gender lens in the response that you've given? Okay, the question is, can you think about incorporating gender, right? Gender equality into the response that you typed. So for example, you've spoken about resilient crops, etc., etc. And you haven't necessarily brought in the gender aspect. So I'm asking you to consider in your response, where can you weave in gender equality? Okay, guys, it seems I've asked you too much, or I've asked too much of you, but thank you so much for the feedback that you've given. If you have any further thoughts on this throughout the day or the session, just pop them in the chat and we will definitely be taking note of them because they will feed into our report and they will be weaved back into the principles we drafted from our first LCOY webinar. I'm going to now run back down and get some feedback from the people on the floor, after which we will close for lunch. Okay, let me see this response quickly. With the balance of gender, we can also look at how to make these initiatives more economically friendly. That's true. That's true, because I like that you're talking about economically friendly, because you're considering that there is a significant gender wage gap. And that is always something that affects any sort of initiatives. Okay. Thank you again for your feedback. Thank you for engaging actively. We're going to get some feedback from the people on the floor, and then we'll close for lunch, and we will be back afterwards. Take notes, yes. Yes. No, oh dear. Okay. Nontutuzela, if you could please circulate the roaming mic, if we can have a speaker from group 1. Oh, sorry, Tabiso. This is group 1. Just put it on. So you just switch it.
Yeah, okay. So me and my group, we discussed that for the first question, what we could do is like create awareness campaigns in schools, but not only just in schools, also around the local community. The reason why we chose schools as the first option is because many schools, they have gender equality. They are both boys and girls. And obviously that's where you find the youth. And then for the second question, huh? The only one must talk. Yeah. For the second question, we also concluded that we could collect data on how to deal with specific climate-related issues, such as pollution, water pollution, street pollution, and air pollution, obviously. And then going on to the third one, we concluded that we could use platforms of social media to promote, climate change, come up with creative ideas of encouraging the youth to join us and to join us in the campaigns. And we also use other intuitive ways, not just the traditional way, and we could also use one language. And then, more than one language, okay. And then for the other question, when we go on campaigns to fight climate change, we decided that we could allocate the same number of women and the same number of men to do the activities of combating climate change. As I mentioned them, the street pollution and all that, cleaning up the streets. And then there's also another one we came up with is innovations genetically. She would like to intervene.
Thank you. So I just want to say, guys, this has to be your last point. Thank you for the engagement.
Yeah, it's the last
one. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for the last point on describing our role as the youth in developing climate resilience in agriculture, we took note of what we saw on the TFF challenge, and we see that as youths nowadays, we are brainstorming brilliant ideas of developing varieties that are resilient to climate change. So that way we would like to promote and encourage youth to innovate a lot and then propose their ideas up at stages such as the TFF challenge so that they are able to receive funding such that they are able to develop the practical solutions that can be implemented in agriculture, like those climate resilient seeds. So that's a way that we as the youth can act towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for Group 1? You did take notes.
Thank you very much. So for our group, we chose the question of what methods can we use for measuring the impact of local climate projects with a focus on gender-related outcomes. And how can we ensure that these projects are making a difference in the lives of South Africans? So some of the methods that our group came up with are include the following. We could use accountability tools for people participating in climate projects to hold each other accountable, as well as those affected by the projects that we put forward. And we can also address the issues of inclusivity. For example, pronouns. Not everyone, nowadays we have different pronouns. For example, he, she, they. So we need to ensure that people are addressed with the correct pronoun as to not offend them. And then we also said that we can also keep track of the participants' basic demographic information. This can also to ensure that to keep track of who we are reaching with the projects that we're implementing. And then how can we ensure that these projects are making a difference in the lives of South Africans is by using surveys and focal groups to measure the impacts of participants. So measuring how they think the program is going to affect them before they participate in the programs, during the program, and after the program. This is to get an indication if our projects are actually having an impact or not having an impact at all. And also the focal groups is to help reach youth in rural areas, because South Africa has a huge digital divide. So we'd like to not only reach urban youth, but also reach people living in rural areas and other remote areas. And also we use redesigning resources, so finding alternatives to utilize the existing project resources effectively and sustainably, and to ensure that our projects continue to be impactful and make a difference. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well phrased. And I see that you guys have really, taken into account what was presented. Abiso is still making his way. I will just add that I'm a big fan of monitoring and evaluation. So yeah, big points for that point.
So as group 3, we decided to discuss on the first topic, which is talking on how local climate projects can be more inclusive on all genders, and how the voices and the needs of both genders can be put into account. And the second part of the question was saying, what strategies can we employ to ensure that this is made a possibility? So throughout our discussion, we thought that we do not need textbook solutions. When climate projects on any organization would say they are an inclusive organization, they will probably give you a textbook response to that. But we wish to redefine what an inclusive platform is. And we feel like an inclusive platform is one where these 3 values are put into place. One where people listen, and where people are educated, and one where people are empowered. Let's talk about context-based solutions, where people are coming from different situations and different scenarios. Even if we identify under the same identity or same gender identity, we have gone through different experiences, and you need to listen to me and understand what I need to feel to be included in that local climate project. Secondly, we need to educate people. We feel like the more you educate people, the more conscious they are of their environment, and the more room there is for them to challenge the existing status quo, including the existing societal structures that ultimately define how most the decisions would be made in organizations. So we need to educate both genders of the rights they have, and the right, and how to exercise those rights. And lastly, we need to create a platform where we can empower those rights, and we can empower both women and men. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, thank you. I just want to check if we have Mendy online to give the closing remarks for this session. Do we have Mendy online, or have we perhaps lost him? Okay, it seems that we have lost him, so I will just close by saying It's been really great to see how you've engaged with both the issues of gender and climate change and farming and agriculture. I think you'll definitely find that maybe this was the precursor to the sessions after lunch, where you're really going to have some hands-on practicals regarding agriculture and youth-led best practice, actually. So I know it may have not been the most engaging at this point, but maybe when you put your hands really in the mud, you'll find it to be more fun. And I'd like to thank our panelists, even though they might not still be here. Thank you to Louise, thank you to Albert for sharing their expertise, and thank you to all of you for showing up and really engaging. And even though you said you didn't take notes, you seemed to be arguing about what needed to be said, so you did take notes. Thank you, everyone. That's it from us. We are now closing for lunch. Bye.
Where will lunch be?
Lunch is in the food hall. There is an usher outside. Eleanor should be outside to usher us outside to the food hall. Okay, let's get our seats, everybody. All right, so this is your second last session of the day, and it will be hosted by Greenpeace Africa. If you're seated in the front, then you have a cute little green booklet that's going to give you relevant information for this session. So, okay, we're just going to wait for everybody else to just come in the front. They really don't need much of an introduction. Greenpeace Africa is a very consistent and very large partner as far as achieving climate action goes, not only in South Africa, on the African continent.
No, I'm saying tell me when. Can I do it now?
And the session will be led by Bertha and Lindo. So I'll hand over to them. And I hope that you guys' after lunch energy, is there. I hope you don't feel sleepy, otherwise you won't participate. I'll hand over to Bertha. Can you please give them a round of applause?
Do I need a mic? Yes. Serious? Sheesh. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Bertha Letsoko, and I'm the organizing lead in the climate and energy team. I hope we still have a little bit of energy from the food that we have, because we had pap, we had rolls. We know those things are not make sure when it comes to concentrating, right? We might just sleep, ne? Okay, so today, I don't know if my slides are ready. Today we are going to be talking about alternative futures through artivism, right? So what is an alternative future? An alternative future is a future that is different from what we've been given, different from the lived reality that we have now, an answer to the apology that the headmaster was giving you guys earlier, right? So we dream different. We want to have systems that work for us. We don't want corrupt leaders. We don't want to live in a world where breathing is so difficult for people like people in Secunda, etc., right? So, how does imagining what my next world looks like have to do with artivism? Artivism is an element that is used to create meaningful storytelling, activism. So you are being an activist through art, right? You're expressing yourself using art. You know, when people think about activists or campaigns or people that have social activists march, they're thinking, oh, Mudimu, here comes the people that are crazy, they're gonna make noise. They're going to be looting, etc. but we are a new generation and we are innovative in what we do. We are going to watch a video that's on slide 3, and then we'll take it from there. Slide 3.
We keep saying the future belongs to our children. Well, our children are all grown up, and that future is right now. Meet the South African Progressive Precariat, a group of highly educated and achieved individuals. When it comes to their economic future, they're swayed by the landscape of socioeconomics to adapt an activist worldview. Basically, this is a generation of young South African people of color that have a voice and are willing to use it. These 20 to 29-year-olds are living in our cities: Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban. They're current students or recently graduated. They're either underemployed or unemployed entirely. And they live in constant fear that one small thing will put them on the streets. The South African Precariat don't just consume culture, they create it. They're smart, young social media influencers, and we should combine their voice with our actions to make a difference. They're educated, but denied opportunities for success. They're courageous, but constantly fighting for access to the bare necessities. They're overqualified, but accept any job because they need the money. They're optimistic about the future, but they're tired of being unemployed, living paycheck to paycheck, having no hospitable security, tired of broken promises, debt, violence, entry-level jobs, and living with the fear that any moment they can have nothing. And if that sounds overwhelming to you, can you imagine what it feels like to them? This generation uses hashtags to get their point across and stand up for what's right. TikTok and Instagram are their platforms of choice. And it's here we can work with them to get our campaigns across. They value authentic stories of empowerment, connection, empathy, entrepreneurship, and above all, financial security. When it comes to environmental causes, there's not enough information out there to make an informed decision. In most cases, economic issues faced by them take preference. Companies and brands like Sasol are judged by how much they give back to communities. 55% of this audience views Sasol as a pillar to the SA economy. 46% prefer Sasol over similar companies. When it comes to environmental issues, 70% displayed high interest in participating, but only 36% of that have done so. The reason? Information inadequacy and limited opportunities. The solution? Collaborations and opportunities with Greenpeace Africa. Our messaging needs to be collaborative. Through the eyes of their peers, we must work together to address the pain points that they face on a daily basis: unemployment, debt, violence, corruption. We need to demonstrate examples of community change and upliftment. We can't just say something, we must do something. We must encourage them to use their influence and platforms to spread messages on their own. They value action, so we must work with them in campaigns that not only educate but also demonstrate. Because whether the future is yours, ours, theirs, there can be no future without the help of the people who hope for a better one.
Thank you, tech team. Can we please go to the next slide, please? Oh, hey, I'm on TV. It's nice. The previous, so where there are 4 images, there's money interchanging. The previous, oh man, how did that slide not make it there? The one that says, where did the water go? Really? Oh, that sucks. Okay. No problem. So here we are. We're in Mzansi, Africa. We have a climate crisis. We have a socio-economic crisis. But the thing is, we have to understand that climate crisis is not something that's just about saving the whales. It's also about our lived realities. The reason why we have load shedding as a country is because fossil fuel majors like Eskom keep on practicing corruption, and they don't create solutions for the people that live in our communities, right? We've seen that. Or ke bua maaka? Ha lena load shedding. Ha lena di-power outage. Di teng akere? So we have to raise our voices as young people and say, how do we use the climate crisis to make sure that we go into the different discussions? So for example, ha go na le drought, if there's floods, we're not going to have water, right? Food, sorry. We're not going to have food because food security is something that comes from these things. It comes from Mother Nature, all right? Okay, that's cool. So we're going to go into an exercise where you build your future and the future that you want to see. Let's stand up a little bit. Let's stand up a little bit. If you had to imagine a future for the next generation, what would you imagine?
Like how?
The next future. Do you want clean energy?
No load shedding.
No load shedding. Okay, let's come this side. If you had to imagine a future, what would you imagine?
Access to resources.
Thank God. What would you imagine?
Empowering minorities.
Lovely. Okay, we've got it. So we know where we are as a country. There's corruption, there's load shedding, there is seas that are killing our animals, right? And not because the sea wants to kill animals, it's because fossil fuel majors dump their waste in there, and then that very same food still comes up to us, does it not? So we have expensive food, we've got unemployment, so that means that we are not surviving. And you guys are the next generation. You guys are going to finish with high school, and you're going into universities. But what have you seen about the reality of universities in South Africa? Once you graduate, what happens? Exactly, exactly. So there are no jobs, which means that people are living hand to mouth. There are broken communities. There's more violence because people are not interacting well with each other, right? There's frustration, right? But all of these have to do with the climate crisis. Are you guys connecting that part? That it has to do with the climate crisis. It has to do with fossil fuel majors. All right. So you are going to be divided into groups. Oh, the mic is back on. You're going to be divided into groups. I think we can do the 1, 2, 3, 4 thing. I think that works. Huh? 3. Oh, you've counted. Okay. So we're going to do the 1, 2, 3. And then from there, we're going to give you charts. The first chart, you are going to draw out where we are now. So if you're seeing us with Go Wild, if you're seeing this world burning with dragons, etc., do that. But remember that one person from the group has to explain to us what the challenges are in this current world, right? So that's our dystopia. That's the first one. The second one is the world that you imagine. So if you're imagining that when we have protests at some point, we're not the ones that will be marching at the union buildings, we're going to be using drones that have placards. That's a new thing, that's innovation, right? The world that you imagine. What would you like to see in this world, right? And then the third one is how do we get there? How do we get there? Do we get there by policy discussions? Do we get there by holding marches? Do we get there by doing TikTok challenges? How do we get there? How do we remain relevant to the people that we are trying to move forward to this alternative future? Are we clear? We are good? Okay, let's do 1, 2, 3. Okay, Mtakabao. Oh, okay.
1,
2,
3. 1,
2, 3. 1,
2, 3. 1, 2,
3.
1, 2, 3.
1,
2,
3.
1,
2,
3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
3.
1,
2, 3. 1,
2, 3.
Okay, that's everyone. Bago marao, going on. Are you guys here? Keep up. Yeah, overseas. Okay, it's fine. All right, so the ones are here in the front, the 2s are up there, and the 3s are up there. But the space that you choose, whether you're in between the chairs or the stairs or by that other side, you have to make space for charts and drawing things. Okay. All right. We will be back to present. So remember, you need to nominate a speaker. But we'll be back to present at 2:15. Think that might be enough time.
Which group is presenting first? Should I choose? Thank you for the music. I think it's relaxing our peoples. Who's the first? I'm gonna bring the mic and then we just do the things. My train is coming. My train is coming. My train is here. You don't mind? Yes, girl. let's make our way to our seats so we can give all groups attention.
Greetings. So the first question was, where are we now? The challenges that we're facing. We have water crisis, load shedding, crime, unemployment, inflation, and pollution.
So the world we want to see is a world where there is employment, a clean environment with clean water, and a world where inflation is actually deflating. I don't know if that makes sense, but like a world whereby we don't have inflation. And a world that comes together, that connects nations to come together and just to be one in one accord. An educated world where people have got knowledge about all these things, global warming, climate change, and whatsoever. People need to be educated. And we need a world that has got no load shedding. We need this electricity.
And so the last question, how do we get there? So we get there through collaboration, working together, and also working together in a place where color doesn't matter, where we are a rainbow nation and working and just embracing our diversity. And then we also get there by embracing the free trade agreement, which was recently announced, where different countries are able to trade freely together, and also through buying and producing locally and not internationally, so focusing more on locally produced goods. And then also through education, by equipping the youth and young people in primary, secondary with basic education skills, as well as through internships and also apprenticeships as well. And also through providing the youth with employment and also entrepreneurship, empowering the youth to be able to educate, to create jobs for themselves and for others. And also through investing in renewable energy, such as solar energy, and also through electrical vehicles to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And lastly, by working with the United Nations. Thank you.
Right, and I am coming here. Let's go, guys. Come up. Who's our presenter?
Am I supposed to speak it with the speaker?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, nobody wants to.
No, because I just like, I hate speakers. Hello everyone, I'm Elias from Morocco, and that's our present word. So first we have here acid rains, so we can emphasize the impact of pollution on the rains. And then we have here industry with the smoke that emphasize also the effects of the smoke on the acid rain, in addition to the water that we get from the factories that pollute our rivers, which consequently lead to the death of the marines and stuff like that. And then also it affects also the environment around the river and more of agriculture, which lead also to the lack of food. And then we have here the scarcity of water, which means like people do not have enough access to the water. Especially in the villages, we emphasize this distance so we can emphasize how much they are far from each other. In addition to the dirty water that can also affect the health of the people living in the villages. In addition, here we have load shedding that affects our lives daily, either by the food or whatever. And here we have the deforestation that affects everything that is so crucial and critical that we have to address to as much as possible. Thank you.
Hi. So this is how our world would be if we didn't do anything to combat climate change. So there we have forest fires. We have polluted cities, urban areas, dead fish, thanks to Coca-Cola, ShopRite, Valpri. What else? Simba. And then here we have war, homeboy is shooting the girl, and he ends up in jail.
He's coming, yeah.
Hi, everyone. Okay, this side is about the future. First thing first, we need to educate people about everything that's happening around the world. You know, they have to know about climate changes. They have to know how to protect it. So we have to educate, and mostly we have to do campaigns. So there's one thing I think people understand is like boards. No, 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 no. So these are boards, no to water pollution, because we know it's a problem, a big one, and it affects animals in the seas. Also, no to air pollution, stop global warming, stop cutting trees. So I think the only way, guys, is the one we know, like, as in apartheid, we have to, like, raise the boards, the feast, and everything, so they could understand that we're saying no. Thank you.
I'm not the first one.
Hi guys. So I'll be presenting the now. So the now we all relate with this. This is water pollution. So no. I'm sorry guys. So basically what's happening here is that there's no water. So we all experiencing this. Most of us are experiencing this. So the other problem we have is load shedding. Most of us are experiencing this. I'm sure we all can relate to this. The third one is lack of jobs. People go to varsities, they all graduate, but then. So the fourth one is the imbalance of money distribution. So basically what's happening here is that the distribution of money is imbalanced. We can see that like the balance scale is imbalanced. The people, there's poor, there's rich. So yeah.
Hello everyone. This is the future. So how we want to the future to be? We want the world where there is peace, no corruption, especially no load shedding. And as we know, South Africa has lack of water. They get water from other countries, just like Lesotho. So we want where there is no corruption, peace, where animals, human beings, all can live in peace, where there is no pollution, especially pollution damage our ozone layer. So, and then that's why the temperature is so hot, because of ultraviolet can pass through. So one way the world there is peace, everyone will understand the nature. Yeah.
Hi everyone. So this is to show that historically marginalized people should not just be the study of subject, right? But rather should be involved in the decision making, because no one knows the environment more than them. So there should be inclusivity, especially in the climate space, especially also in the management space. And then here at the bottom, and then here it says nothing is impossible when we are doing things together. So yeah. And then this one here is basically holding each other accountable. We're literally holding each other accountable. And basically what these 4 hands represent is governance, investors, community members, and what was the last one? Nah, I'll just pass on. So they should all be involved in the climate talk, because we all need to be cooperative. We all need to hold each other accountable so that we don't have corruption and we're not discussing, and there's little action. Thank you. Stakeholders. That was the last hand. Stakeholders.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Can we please give ourselves and each other a round of applause? So then it's clear that we are the ones who have the power. We are the ones with the voices, right? But I heard one of the guests or delegates saying that the only thing they know is boards. And I think that's why we are here. Because 1976 youth and the youth today is different, right? We are not taking away from them. They taught us how to chant, how to stand, right, for what we believe in. The Fees Must Fall youth taught us to question decisions taken by authority that intentionally put us at dismay, right? So now we are here. Rona, we've got TikTok. I mean, I can do a DJ Waffles challenge today and talk about the climate crisis. That speaks to a youth from Midrand, speaks to someone from Lephalale, it speaks to someone from Soweto, right? You find people where they are, okay? So we are going to be going into just another last informative session about the different ways of activism. Because as young people, we have to use our spaces, our voices in different spaces. Some people are creative and therefore they can express themselves through art. Some people are more research-based, therefore they can contribute through policies. It's great that you came to the LCOY thing because you can actually research the different NGOs that are in that space. And those NGOs, such as SACAN, actually host spaces where you can contribute to policy, right? So there's no Messiah. We are the Messiah for change as the youth, okay? All right, so we're going into the different ways of activism.
Cool. So if we may have the slide back up and just press and I'll tell you when to stop. But next, go. You can leave it here. Perfect. So to start off, my name is Ulindo Guhle Mhlanga, and my role at Greenpeace Africa is I am the Actions and Investigations Officer. So a lot of like the, if you have or know about Greenpeace, you will see that a lot of what we do is confrontational and direct actions. So in the news, you might have seen us interrupting Gwede Mandashe at one of these conference speeches. You might have seen us scaling a building. I think there were some examples you saw in the video where we've scaled 30-story buildings or whatever the case is. So I would be the person who coordinates all of that, any investigations that need to be done, because once again, I think our campaigns need to be supported by facts. So we are that unit that helps the campaigns teams when they are building or constructing their campaigns. Also, I think what was really great on the exercise that you just did, and for me particularly, the most important slide or flip chart that was really important for me was on the how do we get there. I think I saw some of, I think particularly the last team, where it particularly like spoke to like taking action. I think there was mention of placards, there was mention of billboards, there was mention of really taking it to the streets. And I think that is something that we cannot like under or stress enough, the importance of really taking it to the streets. I'm going to take you through kind of like a few ideas on how you can do that. But before we can get that, very quickly, because my time is not on my side, but essentially, like we did with the exercise, starting off from like the history and where we come from. So there's kind of like nonviolence and civil disobedience. So once again, for some of you guys, civil disobedience is when you actively choose to not follow kind of like the laws or what's put in place. It says on there, you can read on there, I'm not going to read what it is, but it really speaks to how civil disobedience or nonviolence is really important, and how it like really showcases discipline, it showcases preparation, it really showcases kind of like our commitment to our causes. Then it really speaks to true nonviolence is when activists really accept the violence on themselves without inflicting it on others. So once again, whenever we do take to the streets, Bertha mentioned burning libraries, burning schools, that at the end of the day impacts learners that need to go to school. If you're burning hospitals, that means that people can't access healthcare. So it's always, as activists, and I consider you also to be activists as you're in here, that when you do take it to the streets, I think it's very important. A large part of my work is making sure that when we do take it to the streets, we're doing so safely and that it is nonviolent. Next slide, please, which is pretty much going to be repetitive. If we may have the next slide, which should probably be Martin Luther King. Again, these are just like examples of people that practiced or followed nonviolence, and probably you know of Martin Luther King. The next slide also, so I'm not really going to go into it. Rosa Parks, I think you also would know, refused to stand on the bus. Ultimately, her actions led to them declaring the I just need to do that court ruling that segregation on buses was illegal. So yet again, a very simple exercise. Like, it wasn't burning the school. It was simply, the law says that when a white person comes in, I should stand, or I should specifically be sitting at the back of the bus, but I'm going to choose to sit in the front of the bus because I matter and I got here first. And that is what ultimately, so think simple. Whatever you do should not be out and crazy. It shouldn't be scaling a building, because like not everyone can do that. The next slide, this is probably more like specific to South Africa. This really speaks to the Black consciousness movement. This was led by Steve Biko. And again, like this was, somebody mentioned like the ANC or some political party. So again, I think as like apartheid anti-activists or activists against apartheid, a lot of them, I think, really realized that nonviolence is truly like the way of also pushing across your campaign. So there's this. Next slide, please. Then there is activism. So I think Bertha spoke to this earlier on, and also the exercise that you did now, that's also like an element of activism. That's also an element of really expressing. What I really liked in what you put there was you connected it. So a lot of the times in activism, what we do say is when you're planning campaigns, really bring them close to home. So when you're planning campaigns, and what activism does is that you really think of, hey, what do we currently like? Like, we like music, so in our actions, how can we include music? We like drawing, so can we have kind of pop-up exhibitions that are just randomly anywhere else at the taxi rank, just have an exhibition that's there, or pop up at a taxi rank and have a performance of some sort that really shows like the effects of climate change. But it's about that, it's about looking at culture. So a lot of the times, look at the culture. So there's certain things, as we earlier on, I think it spoke to, we need to understand that we come from different backgrounds and we have different cultures and traditions. So again, as activists, when we are planning our campaigns, draw those in. Draw in your interests, draw what you like, draw in social media, draw in whatever it is that you can draw in art. That is exactly what activism is. On there, it speaks to like creativity and art. So the notes that are on there that you're probably reading, it really speaks to artivism makes our actions interesting and exciting and colorful. You'll also see in the front, Bertha has like a few things that she's put up in front. So these are things that we've used in past actions where we simply took clothes again. I think everything is connected. This is a swimming diving suit that we took, kind of cut up, painted, and it was a costume for something to do. The same thing with that. Cat, take something that's simple again. Don't be complicated, really. Whatever you have access to, that can ultimately become a part or a prop of your activism. There's also pants on here that are painted, but it's that. They are creative, they are unique, they are more welcoming. Also, when you're planning your campaigns and when you're planning your actions, and this is again whether you're doing it now or you're doing it in future, but really look at whatever we're doing, how can we rope in the people? So if you are targeting a specific person or a minister, think of maybe an action or a campaign that draws them in. How can we be outside at a taxi rank and invite the people who are on there? So that is what artism does. Where traditional kind of the protests and we're holding there, it was very closed off. It was very, we are the activists and we are the people that are protesting. But what's really nice about artivism is that you can create a gigantic game and literally go to a supermarket or go to a shopping mall and have people play, where it could be showing the effects of climate change, where you roll a big dice and you land on 7 and that takes you back and there's like fact information of you need to turn off the tap or you need to lobby that government. So all of the things, so be creative as possible, and that is what artism does. It also speaks on there in terms of we don't have money, and I've touched on that artivism, you don't necessarily need like a lot of money. You don't need a deep pocket to go through those. It really speaks to art, speaks to the heart. So again, whenever you're planning your actions, really look at things that speak to the heart. Again, if you're going to use culture, if you're going to have a funeral procession, maybe as an example, pretend to have a fake funeral. Again, immediately, we as Africans, like funerals is something that's very deep and emotional. So immediately when somebody sees a coffin, they're going to stop and be like, hey, what are you doing? So think about those things. What are the cultures? What are the things that sometimes not everyone is going to be happy or comfortable with them? Some people might think that, no, you don't mess around with a coffin or whatever the case is, but it drew attention. The important thing is that you came to me and you're talking to me about it. So look at those things. The audience is curious because it gives the opportunity to engage with the stakeholders. Someone earlier on mentioned stakeholders. So again, if you're wanting to engage with stakeholders, maybe let's take it away from the table. Let's move it away. Let's have a meeting. Maybe let's take it out to the streets. Let's play a game. And then in that way, you're learning as a person. Next slide. These are like methods, or what I call like arsenal weapons, non-violently, of course, of just like examples. I've touched on a lot of them there. So like the first column really is looking at like the traditional kinds of actions. So there's the more formal, like writing speeches, writing letters. There's the slogans and banners and leaflets and like posters. There's the mocking up of awards. So we all like awards, so nothing really stops you sometimes of like going to Gwede Mantashe and presenting him with an award for killing the environment or for causing load shedding. So again, be creative as much as possible. Symbolic, so the second table, it is a block, yes. It really looks at like public acts. So on there, it really things like delivering symbolic objects. So again, culturally, there's certain things that are very important. So also when you're planning your actions, look at what spaces are sacred. For example, we work with communities in Lipalal, and a lot of them, they have kind of sacred or ancestral grounds. We've had activities in these sacred grounds because again, it says what you are doing is either, let's say you want to start a mine and you're wanting to dig up the graves. So if you're doing something there, a lot of people know that this place is an ancestral place and therefore they're immediately connected and therefore you're speaking to someone's heart. So look at those things. It also talks about haunting officials. It means about taunting officials. So again, be creative as much as possible. You can also hold visuals. So I've seen actions sometimes where people do like visuals and you do like a visual outside. Drama, art and music and culture. I've spoken to that, but again, humorous. So go out somewhere, create a little skit, do pranks, performances, plays, music, create a song. I know in the last session, I think you all had to do a poetry and you looked at a policy and you like, so those are things, are creative things that you can do. So what stops you from taking that outside to a taxi rank and asking people who are catching the taxi or the bus to actually do that? Because in that way you're educating people, but it's in a fun way. Have like a nice award thing, so give them like a little pretty t-shirt, whatever the case might be, or a little homemade gift. Mock funerals, I've spoken to that. Demonstrator funerals, homage and burial places. This is just like a list. This is just very few. There's tons and lots of things that you can do. Next slide, and that should be my last slide. But again, these are some of the actions that I've coordinated and that we've put together as the campaigns team. So again, look at like the banners that we have. So somebody said something about banners, and like we've seen all banners, but you can make your banners creative in how you paint them. So that's something that's interesting. That's something that catches your attention. It's exactly what you just did now. So you're taking essentially what you just did now and you're putting it outside. Clowns. So again, everybody likes clowns. People are scared of clowns. Sometimes people act like clowns. So why don't you go do this outside the DMRE office or whatever the case might be, or the Department of Education minister's office and be like, hey, you're a clown, or whatever the case is. The other thing I think that was really good, where we did like a heat wave thingy, activists physically doing things, photo opportunities. The picture on here is really good, which was like a painting. That's also something that's interactive where people can take pictures with it. And the last one, I think that's an action that we did that I touched on, where we were at the Africa Energy Ndaba and we had our activists interrupt the minister as he was giving his speech. And next slide. And yes, that is pretty much it. Important thing, activism is really good. Taking it to the streets is very important. When you're taking it to the streets, make sure that you are being peaceful, make sure that you're being nonviolent, because once again, what we're wanting to do when we are taking to the streets as activists, we are wanting to draw people in, and we are wanting to invite people in to have conversations. And I guess this really puts us at the end of our session. So it says, dare to dream for an alternative future. And yeah, and again, I think that was an activity where our climbers hung a banner at the Constitution Hill. And again, nice things like that, great photo opportunity. We're probably over time, but any burning something that you want to say or comments that you might have, questions for Bertha and I, we will take maybe 3.
I have a comment, and this was a very nice section where we work in teamwork, we share ideas and through what we think that we want to see in future. It's like we are predicting your future in a page so we can plan it. Thank.
Anyone else? Question, comment? No? Cool, perfect. Thank you very much, and enjoy the next session. Mudiei? I mean, like, if nobody comes, we can just carry on. No? No? Okay, there's a no. Okay, we will stop. I will hand over the mic. 18.
Oh, okay. Please check us out on social media, Greenpeace Africa, and our website as well, Greenpeace Africa. And once you're 18, you can join our volunteer group. Yeah. Yes.
So funny enough, I applied for a job. I got rejected. I would like to know if there are any more youth employment opportunities that will be opening up in the next year. That's okay. We'll keep our eye on the website.
Sorry, I also have a follow-up question. Yes. Are social scientists welcomed, like, for a career, actually?
Okay, thank you to everybody at Greenpeace Africa for that. We're just waiting for everybody else to come in, then we're going to wrap up our day. So in the meantime, start thinking about how you'd like to contribute to our closing. If there's anything you'd like to say that you're taking away from today, if there's anything that you know, that really stood out for you for today, something that you'd like to add, and then we're going to talk about it just now. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so can you shout at me your one word for how today has been? Awesome. Scrumptious. Okay. I don't know that word. I don't know if that's a real word. Okay. I'll take scrumptious. I think that's my word today as well. Okay, so thank you everybody for being here today. So we're just going to talk a little bit about how the day has been for you. So we want to hear from you as well, so that so you can put your hand up and say, you know, whatever comments, whatever standing out for you in this day, what you've learned, what you're taking back with you, wherever it is that you're going back to, whether it's your school or your community. And we really want to know how today has been, and how we can also, what things that we can take back with us, so that we learn and understand how to make an LCOY experience better for you, but also climate activism to be more real for you, and to engage you better around these issues as well, right? So I think for me, today, it has been also just a reflection a little bit on, and I know we were talking about urban youth specifically, that's the theme, but also just how sometimes for a lot of us, we're not really thinking about how exclusionary this work can be, right? That we're not considering how some people do not have opportunity to be here and to know about these issues, and that we have that opportunity to open those doors for them to be able to understand and also know the actions that are available for them, right? And I think the work of Greenpeace is probably the most realistic way of being able to really engage people in something that they know, in something that they can kind of start a conversation in an easy way, and bring in issues that are really complex, right? We all have, there were some people who brought up the fact that climate change is really complex. It's not just one thing. We were talking in the gender session as well, that it can get really complicated. It's not just saying, we're gonna fix climate change and then gender issues are gonna be fine, but it's understanding that there's so much more to it than just saying, we're gonna stop fossil fuels. There's much more complexity to it, because there's economies linked to it, there's livelihoods linked to it, but it's figuring out a way of doing it all together. But it's also understanding that a lot of people don't have the opportunity and the room to express the challenges that they are facing in their daily lives because of climate change. And so think about, in a lot of instances in rural communities, right? A lot of people don't have these platforms there. They don't have even the language. They don't know how to call it climate change, but they know that my crops are not growing the way that they used to. The rain is not coming the way that it used to. There's all of these effects that they're seeing in their daily lives, but they maybe don't have a way of articulating it, right? And so we have the opportunity and the privilege of being able to be stewards of this work that we are learning here to people who don't have the access, right? So we have to also think about it in a responsible way, that I am responsible as a young person who's learned this information now, that I am responsible of taking it to somebody else who does not have this information, who does not know how to even articulate it, right? And so this is the charge that I'm giving all of us, that we have now a lot of work in our hands to do, but also we've been well equipped today, right? Because it's been good and scrumptious, right? So we have lots of information in our hands to be able to use the work that we've been given, the information that we've been given, rather, to give back to our communities. All right. So I'm going to ask if you can just put up your hand. We have a roaming mic. We're going to bring it to you, and you can just express what it is that you are taking away from the day, your comments, a session that stood out for you, whatever that may be. We've got a hand there. Please say your name and then you can go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Sizwe. So for me, I'm a businessman. I have a small company that sells stationery. So I prefer to hire equally, like one male, one female. So what I've learned is based on gender and global warming. So obviously, if I have like 10 women and 10 men, so the plan is that as much the business is growing, so I feel like accommodating people I work with, from building smoking areas and all of that. So I never thought of something for the females. So because, okay, they have their time, that time of the month period. So one thing I've learned is that I think I should add something for them, like a room for them where there is toiletries and everything they need during that time. So it meaning during work, they can go there and do whatever it is that they need to do. Yeah, that was my biggest.
Thank you. Right, so again, reflecting on inclusion and what that can look like. So we're not just talking about maybe somebody who doesn't have access to information per se, but also being gender inclusive in the things that we do. Thank you for that. Next person. You can decide.
Okay, my name is Bongonzenisa, a student at ALA. I took a lot of things from today, from the session that I attended. Most importantly, I learned that there is an intersection between art and advocacy for the environment, which is something I didn't know. I got to know about something known as erasure poetry, which I found interesting, whereby you read a policy, then circle out words that you feel they deserve to be there, then bring them together to make a poem that actually advocates for that particular policy, which I feel it's something creative that can engage the youth towards fighting for the climate.
Thanks very much for that. Okay, so I think the other thing that even I'm learning from the Greenpeace session is that activism can engage all with the talents that we have and the things that we like to do, right? So you don't have to be a scientist only, or you don't have to even be a person who likes talking to people, that there's different ways that we can express our activism. And so that is another way that we can be inclusive in how we do this work. Awesome, thank you. Next person, please.
Good day. My name is Sponsor Salanavo from Cosmo City Secondary 1. What I've picked up from today is I've learned really a lot, including greenhouse washing. I didn't really know what it was all about, but then I was equipped with knowledge on what it was. It's actually like companies who are manipulating people that their products are eco-friendly, but then their products are actually harming the environment. So I got to engage with people during group discussion and share ideas. I acquired knowledge by the students who study in this university. I got to, acquire more knowledge and get experience of how it is actually like in this university. And then, it is quite intriguing and quite an exceptional place. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Ponto. I'm from Cosmo City Secondary School too. One thing I've learned a lot about agriculture more than anything. I've learned about how to take care of our plants and how valuable they actually mean to us, even though we just do all the deforestation and everything without actually putting it in mind that we do need them. They are our lives. And today I actually acquired a knowledge that plants are very important and we need to take good care of our plants instead of cutting them for industries. Yes, that's good because that it's a good impact for our economy, but then is that all worth it? I mean, all the oxygen that we actually reducing, is it all worth it? Yeah, that's what I learned today.
Thank you. Right, so there's a question there. So I think for both of those points, just around how we think about consumption as well, right? So the things that we consume on a daily basis and how they affect our environment. So those are important things to reflect on, and those really hard decisions to make on how, because we have to buy food, we have to drink water, etc. But it's also then thinking about how we hold our government, our policies, the companies that operate within our country as well accountable for how they produce as well. Thank you.
Is it afternoon or something? Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For me, what stood out today was a session that I attended, which I think it's the slogan or the quote that said, green today, build tomorrow, which showed me something. Through the session, I learned that empowering youth for a sustainable future through the space of climate change. So we learned that there's a lot of opportunities in this climate change, right, which create entrepreneurship and empowerment of young minds such as us. So that being said, the education on how the greenhouse can empower young minds to harvest their own vegetation, which is diverse and and creates major opportunities, and showed me like that. For us, some of us, we don't have these programs at our schools and so on. So we were privileged to come here today and learn about this climate change that I didn't know that there's something called water science and stuff like that. So I was like, wow, such someone can study for water and actually pursue a career in that. So that being said, I would just like to say thank you to the people that made this possible for us and to empower young minds to innovate and create a brighter future for all. And I'd like to close with a quote that says, "What you do today determines how your tomorrow looks like." So, yeah. So, let us be that youth that takes action and stand for ourselves. As the future is ours, let's take action. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Larato, and I am from the Global Shapers Tshwane Hub on the project that the young man was talking about. This is the first time someone has ever given feedback on something we've done, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
How can you say that? I've given you feedback.
From a younger person. So, yeah, what have I learned? Firstly, it was my first time, along with my teammates, presenting in front of people in a conference. We've presented individually elsewhere, but in a conference it was the first time. So that was a nice experience. I also learned, much as we are in the gardening space, but I also learned about the composting, just the different layers and its importance. And I also like that innovative bucket that they had. I just wonder if they're in here, where can we get that? Okay, yeah, that. And lastly, this is my second LCOY, first time being at ALA, so I'm looking forward to other LCOYs. And I implore the young people that are here, the younger people that are here, is that do your research. The career space within the environmental space is broad. Do your research, find out what you can be involved in. Tech is a big thing now, so definitely invest your time in that and fall in love with nature around you. Yeah, just take appreciation for your natural space. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yep.
Hi, everyone. I'm Naftalia Mnyika from Cosmos Secondary 1. So I do consumer studies as a subject. For those of you who don't know what that is, we basically deal with food and nutrition. So I definitely learned a lot about how we can sustain food and actually feed millions of people. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity here. I feel like South Africa is in safe hands because we have absolutely incredible minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna take one last one. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tepam from Musupazela Secondary School. What I have learned today is the topic of today is climate change. How as youth we contribute to climate change. You didn't know that climate change can affect agriculture, especially when it comes to food. As we can see, food prices are increasing and all of those. Even the value of our currency is decreased. Hey. Oh. Asabu. Kipan. Oh, in the and we have learned about the problem of our country. One of them is this load shedding. So how can we as youth fix that, and how can we make sure that in our future, how the world can be without no load shedding? How can we make sure that there's no load shedding on our future? And I've learned that as if we have to change what's coming towards us, we have to prepare for our future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think there's a lot that we learned today, so I'm glad that we are all learning a whole host of new things. But also, I think what I'm really passionate about is that we see that you don't have to just be a doctor, an accountant, and a lawyer, right? There's lots of different things that we can do that will impact the future of our world, right? And much more urgent, excuse me, much more urgent for the sake of our environmental future, right? So thank you everybody for your reflections. I think we're going to hand over to the next group, right? Mudiehi? Okay, so thank you for your reflections. I think we'll be taking them in as a part of our feedback as well. If you have additional feedback, please write to us or speak to specifically the people who helped you get here today, and they will make sure that we get your feedback as well. But we'll also, the organizing team, all the presenters, etc., are available even after this to be able to talk to you as well. So we'll be available for that. You can come talk to us. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for still having such a good spirit, even though we are in the dark. Oh, we're back. Okay, so I'm tasked with giving the closing remarks, and I just want to thank you all, firstly. Thank you for registering. Thank you for then following up and showing up here physically, for engaging so much with our panelists, for being excited, for answering the questions. That's really what we wanted to do. We didn't just want to host a conference and then have people just sit and watch. So thank you for that. Please give yourselves a round of applause. So I have to give the names because none of this would be possible without the hard work of the team that put this all together. So firstly, thank you to my colleagues at the South African Climate Action Network, the Global Shapers Tshwane Hub, the Global Shapers Joburg Hub, the South African Youth Coalition for Climate Change, and of course our main partnering organization, the African Leadership Academy, the African Climate Reality Project, and Greenpeace Africa. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. It's so important for us, especially in the civic space, to try and avoid speaking amongst ourselves and to make sure that we can spread the messages further. And I think today, really just hearing how far out people came from just to attend this conference, I'm confident that we can do better and better work, and that it's simply a matter of trying, because that was the main aim. We just came together to try to put this together, and here we are. Well, here you are, so thank you. With that, I will be closing and leading, I'll be handing over to our marimba band. My name is Mundiema Fantiri. Thank you so much, it's been a pleasure. Hi guys. Okay, so with that we are done. Outside are some cocktail snacks if you would like to stay and network. Otherwise, I know some of you have to catch your transport back. So everybody can exit and either go home or go eat.